What? No, you can't be on live. No. Get over there.
She wants to be a star. She wants to be a star.
They call her squatting on SpongeBob.
We're not even looking at ourselves. And it's freaking cold right here. Who are you talking to? That doesn't matter? No. No. This guy looking for it. Alright. What are you doing, baby? No, all messages. Anyways, what up, guys? We're out here in TJ. You know what the deal is. We're expats. Officially expats. We've been out here like what? Like 4 months. You know, just 4 months. You know, been making it happen. And what do we do for money? Well, for money, we do a lot of different things. So we import cars into Mexico for other people, and then we buy and sell cars in San Diego. We just got into my pallets. We bought storage units before in the past as well. We still got a lot of merchandise from there. Oh, get over. No, get away from me. No, you can't. No, you can't go over here. It's cold. It's cold. No, it's cold right here. You can't be here. So, we buy and sell a lot of different stuff. Like today, we ended up getting an Alakazam Pokemon EX, like a bundle. What's up, everybody? Welcome in. Welcome into the live. If you guys have any questions, go ahead and comment. Blue Cloud Buzz. Yo, what up? Monu Sharma, hi. I just learned how to say this. Origato. Domo origato. No. It's not domo arigato. It's Ohio Agazaima. Yeah, the baby in the background is going crazy. It's my little 1-year-old going wild. She likes to go on live. I don't know how many 1-year-old babies actually fucking like to go on live, but this one is just, she's about that life. So she'll straight up get in the camera and just start talking, start chopping it up. I don't know what the hell. She's a crazy little kid. But we do a few different things for money here in Tijuana. Got a couple side hustles. Lately, we're looking to get a job, so I went and interviewed at a couple dealerships, and they're promising me around $6 grand a month. So I mean, $6,000 a month out here in TJ is a pretty good stack of cheese. Plus all the other money that we get from all the other side hustles, it just all kind of adds up. And so there's a lot of people who talk all this ish and just say like, oh, you should just stay over there and blah 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 and do this and that. And it's like, it's not my fault you're too scared to come out to TJ. Like, you fools are fucking brainwashed as fuck. Like, people are really scared to travel outside of the country. And go check out what it has to offer. Like I know a gang of people that are just really scared to even come into Mexico just because I really don't know why. But they're afraid. And they're always asking them like pretty misconcepted questions like, oh, all this and all that. You're not scared? Is it dangerous? Yes, it's dangerous, but just about anywhere in the world is dangerous nowadays. I mean, shit. Some shit did happen in Otay where we were at not too long ago. Somebody just got mugged at gunpoint. 7 deaths a day in TJ. Fuck that. Hey, why do you think they call Chicago Chirac? Call it Chirac for a reason, doggy. People get lit up over there. You know what I'm saying? It's a murder every single day over there. So I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, 7 deaths a day. Like they're not gonna necessarily tell you how those 7 deaths are. It's not like it's murders. It's not like it's. There's 7 deaths a day. I think in general they're just gonna say that. But it's not necessarily like I'm saying to come out to TJ. It's not for everybody. You know what I'm saying? If it's not for you, it's not for you, and that makes a lot of sense. If you guys like states like Arizona, like Texas, honestly, Texas. If Texas was if Texas had good weather, I'd be up in Texas. I really would. But Texas got some fucked up ass weather. They got fucking tornadoes. They got fucking musty ass weather. It snows. Like, fuck that. I mean, I'm all about the sun. Fuck God, dude. Doesn't fucking trip out all day until we fucking go live. Like, tripping. But like we came out to TJ because we want to build some apartments. It's not like we just coming out here to save money. Like that would be stupid. If we wanted to save money, we'd probably just move to a different state, like Arizona or Nevada, honestly. But it ain't even like that. Those fucking states are expensive as hell. You're talking about a $300,000 house with the way interest rates and everything are. You're talking about a 2,000 plus mortgage. And you got to come up with that cash every single month, $2,000 plus. People that have buyer's remorse from buying a house because they can't pay anything else. They can only fucking buy. They can only really afford their house payments. At this point, people are getting desperate. They need to have other people living with them. It's a mess, dog. It's like, why do you want a house you can't even pay for yourself? You need like 12 other people to live with you and shit like that. Rent to own. You rent. I'm renting right now, yes. Because we're saving the capital to get a small property out here. Property out here costs you anywhere between 30 to 40 grand just because we're on the border. And then to build a house on that, which is not what we're not gonna build a house, we're gonna build apartments. 2-bedroom apartments, 2-bathroom apartments. And they rent out here for anywhere between $800 to $1,200. You can stack three apartments on top of each other, or you got 3 little different spots. Out of these 3, you're probably gonna be making $3,000 each, and then you just let your renters pay the utilities, basically. So that's the plan. We're out here to buy some property. We're out here to build apartments, and like, you can do it from the U.S. You can do all this shit from the United States, but the way that rent is in California or anywhere near here is just too high. You're not gonna get your money to work for you. You're just gonna be working for your money all the time. There's people that got fucking a job and 3 side hustles, and they're still barely making ends meet, just because shit is so expensive over there. I mean, talk about grocery shopping, shit. In Cali, fucking $400 for like a cart full of food. $400 to $500 for a car full of food nowadays. And you're not even talking about junk food. I mean, I'm talking about all food that you're gonna cook. Talking about beans, tortillas, meat. Fuck, on meat alone, we used to spend about $250 to $200. It's just wild. Out here, the meat is cheaper, but it doesn't have all the GMOs. It doesn't have the food colorings. It doesn't have none of that stuff. And so, what I've been doing out here for money is just moving cars, transporting cars. I have a truck, I have a trailer, and then also there's items that people want from California all the time. It's not even just from California; it's from the United States. There's a lot of just food items, clothing items. People just love stuff from the United States over here. As soon as they know that it is from the U.S., they really do want to buy it. Fake Nikes are like, they're just everywhere out here. The super fake ass Nikes, they're everywhere out here. So if you can get your hands on some real Nikes, even in pre-owned condition, you can still get some good money for them. So shoes definitely, clothes definitely sells out here. But I don't necessarily like selling clothes. It's because there's so many fucking people that sell clothes out here. And another thing I like to do is I like to shop at the Sorreras, which they have every single day out here. And they have so many different items that you can buy for the cheap that you can post up on eBay and you can get, I don't know, some pretty good money from them. Even on Depop. Go with your mom. It's cold right here. Go with your mom.
Seven. Oh no, that's seven. That is
Come here. Grace, come on. Come on, baby.
I'm gonna get lost if sugar wasn't.
With a TJ right now, you can buy a house from anywhere between 40 to 50 grand, just depending on where it's at. And that's a complete house with running water, with electricity. Obviously, you could build off of that if you can invest another 20, I don't know, 30 grand into it. You can have a really decent spot. And there's a gang of people moving down here every fucking day. There's more people coming to Tijuana all the time. More Americans. I promise you, there's probably more. There's a lot of Americans here, but there's a lot of Chinos too. A lot of Chinese people, and these Chinese folks, they know how to move around here. Cause it's like, I mean, I ain't never been to China, but shit, if it's anything like that, they have no problem moving around out here. You find that shit easy, and they're striving out here. They got these little Chinese stores with a bunch of cheap ass shit in it. And they do pretty good. Their products are a lot cheaper than anywhere else. Sell by majority. So I mean, all their shit has basically prices of if you buy one unit, this is what you're paying. But if you buy 12, 15 a box of whatever it is, then they'll have different pricing, and it'll show you right there, like, hey, you can buy a box of it and pay this much, or you can buy one and pay this much. And what a lot of people are doing is they're buying the majority. They're buying huge amounts of this product. They're taking it back to the United States. They're selling it over there. They're buying it over here. They're selling it at the Ruedas. It's just a lot of money that they're making out here, the Chinos. Like, they're making a gang of money out here. And they're spending it. I don't know how the fuck they're getting that money over here. I don't know. For some reason, I do believe that the Chinese government is like giving stacks of money to some of these people to move out here and kind of just start, businesses. Because there's no way that they just showed up, pulled up, and then worked for 2-3 years, and now they got this shit rolling. Like, nah, that's just impossible, homie. I think that's what's going on, especially with the tariff war going on with Trump, and in the United States of Mexico. Like, straight up, Joe Biden was letting all that shit go through the border. Joe Biden was a piece of shit, straight up. You guys, I don't know who the fuck was pro Kamala Harris or pro Biden, but Yeah, that fool is letting in everything. I mean, that's why there's a gang of fucking Venezuelans out in New York right now running the havoc. That's why they're all over the place fucking. You see them on the news all the time now because they're doing some shit. And then they're on TikTok too, telling each other like, "Oh, you can come out here, squat at a house, basically squat because as soon as you're on America and you squatting at a house, you have squatters' rights." Like that shit's wild. The Mexican people don't do that, and I feel like the Mexican people get picked on just as the minority because those are some things that Trump said, right? He said some things about the Mexican community, but now that shit has all shifted, homie. It's all on the Venezuelans now. Like, but they still look like us. They still look like Mexicans. They still look Hispanic, homie. So people are thinking like, oh, well, when he's saying this, he's saying that. He's talking about Mexicans. Hell no. Mexicans know. Like when they go to the United States, they know. Like we're just going out there to work. We're gonna bust our ass. We're gonna save the little bit of money we have. You know, they gotta pay their taxes too. If they can't pay their taxes, they're working under the table. And there's a lot of white people, man. A lot of fucking white dudes who have these construction companies that hire these Mexicans, and they pay them cash under the table because they're saving money. And then you want to talk about us stealing jobs, us coming to work, but these fools are hiring them because nobody else wants to do the work, and they only have to pay them so much. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, they're out here working. So I was definitely pro-Trump. The last term, I'm pro-Trump now. You know, I do agree that he's got to fix a lot of shit, but at the end of the day, who else is gonna do it? You know, Joe Biden wasn't doing shit. He pardoned his fucking drug addict son, which is a bunch of bullshit, really. Like, and this is where politics is. It gets annoying. I honestly don't like politics because it's like these fools have been in power for such a long time. It's like it's fucking generations of this shit going on still. You know. But I mean, fuck. If President Trump can just fucking send Hunter Biden to jail, Hillary Clinton to jail, and just hold them responsible for all the shit that they did, I'll have that much more trust in the guy. You know.
When something unexpected. It was chaos, and it was
He's
literally
trying to start
unexpected.
his motorcycle. That shit's probably out of gas or something.
Frog. Tarantula.
But yeah.
Just
Now we go to a storage yard, auto storage yard, where people fix up cars. They're not really supposed to fix up cars there, but they do, right? And what they do is they replace a lot of radiators, a lot of AC condensers. Like they replace a lot of these parts, and they just throw away the old ones. And when they throw away the old ones, well, shit, they just throw them right there, either next to the dumpster, or they leave it right there, just piled up. I grab a lot of that fucking aluminum. I break off the plastic, and I scrap it. Boom, free money. Like straight up, free money just for showing up to the yard. And they just have stacks of aluminum there. They don't even mind as long as somebody's getting rid of this shit. They're just happy to see it get gone. Well, daily, I mean daily, at least anywhere between I want to say 50 to 80,000 people cross that border every day just to go to work. So there's a lot of money to make just crossing the line. I've stood in line a couple times during Halloween. During Halloween, I let a couple people cut. I charged them each 200 pesos, which is about $10, just to cut the line. So I let in probably around, I want to say 3, 4 people. It's 30, $40 right there. And if you do that daily, if you get in that line every single day, and charge like a flat rate. See, and that's just me. I only charge $10 because I'm just a chill guy. But there's people who literally do that every single day. They go to the line, the walking line, and they'll stand in the very front and they'll let people cut all day long. We're talking about 30 to 40, 50 bodies that they're letting cut, and they're charging $20 a head. So if they get 50 people to pay them $20, how much did they make in a day? I'll let you do the math real quick. $1,000. $1,000 in a day they can make just from letting people cut the line. And people pay, homie. You know why? Because there's so many tourists, white tourists, Mexican American tourists that barely ever come out to Mexico, and they're willing to pay because they just don't know how long the line is, and just because they don't know, and they don't want to wait in line, they're willing to pay. I see it. I see it all the time. Every time I go to the line, there's while I'm standing there, they'll grab like anywhere between 5 to 10 different bodies and rush them out in the front. And that's just while I'm standing there, you know. That's a very short time in the day. So very easily they can cut 100 different people into the line a day. I mean, very easily in a 24-hour span, and that's easy money right there. You don't even have to be you don't even have to be American. But I'll do that every now and then, especially when the line is long. I'll let a couple people cut. I'll go ahead and you know, charge them. I charge them a little less. They rather cut with me than cut with the guys who do it every day, just because, like I said, they charge $20 and I'm only charging $10. And I mean, I'm in that line every single day. So that's just something I do every now and then while I'm in there, especially when the line is long. Now, when there's no line, there's no business, obviously, you know. But every day I cross, every single day. So I have items on eBay, I have items on Depop, I have items on Whatnot, I have items on OfferUp that as soon as they buy it, it sends me a shipping label. All I gotta do is drop it off either at FedEx or at UPS. And the UPS is right across the border. Literally, as soon as you cross the border, there's a UPS and a FedEx. And you just drop your packages off there, send them on their way. And then also, I have some clientele that they buy cars on the other side, but they don't have they don't have a way to bring them over. So I'll go ahead and help those people out. I'll bring their vehicles over, or if they buy a crash car or whatever it may be, we go ahead and hook them up with a mechanic who will basically put their car together. And then once we get that done, we'll go ahead and bring it over. InNOut Burgers. InNOut Burgers is fire, homie. I actually took a video of myself eating InNOut, and I was supposed to post that shit, but it came out pretty goofy, so I didn't actually do it. But InNOut is our favorite shit to eat, especially when we're over there. We got an InNOut I want to say about 7 minutes away as soon as we cross the border. I need Mexico labor for real. Yeah, Mexico labor. You're gonna get some hard workers, man. You're gonna get some hard workers that are willing to work. But sometimes it's the quality isn't there, depending on what kind of work you're looking for. But I mean, honestly, the best thing I say that you can get out here as far as labor goes is, well, I mean, this is the only labor I've really dealt with is just car labor, body work and mechanical work, and it's really cheap. It costs pretty close to nothing. I mean, we've had tons of cars out here. We appreciate that commercial drones dispatch. Bro, do you have anything to do with all the drones that people are seeing out here? I'm talking about SUV size drones and all that. But yeah, even like food, you can sell food. Actually, you can't necessarily take a lot of food, but you can take food every single day across the border, just depending on what it is. It has to have a label, and it has to. It just mostly has to have a label. It can't be anything without a label because they won't let you cross it. So I mean, you can cross bottled cokes and ship them out. There's people who do these things, like literally, who there's so much demand out there for bottled coke that they can't fill all that demand. So a lot of people jump into the business and then it just starts going for them. I mean, you can get a case of bottled coke here for really cheap. You go to the Coca-Cola factory here in Odai. They actually have a couple of them, but you can buy cases of cokes, and then just ship them out. People around the world love bottled Coca-Cola made in Mexico. It tastes better to a lot of them. They really do like the flavor. So if you cross every day a case of Coke, because you can cross a case every single day. Whether you sell, I don't know, half of the case or the whole case, whatever it may be, you can flip a pretty good profit. And if you cross every single day to do that, well, then you're already gonna come back. So you might as well just bring back things that people like from over there. Which I tell you, there's a ton of stuff that Americans, that Mexicans love from the U.S. American plenty, but we are few real American patriots. I'm an American patriot all the way. I love the Second Amendment. I exercised that right a lot when I was over there. The Fifth Amendment as well. You know, freedom of speech as well. We are true Americans. But the thing is, like, when America's too expensive for Americans, why the fuck are there millions of Americans without homes? And then the fentanyl, the drug epidemic out there. Yeah, but this is the thing. Americans are the number one consumers of drugs. And guess what? That's all thanks to your buddy, what's his name? Biden? No, not Biden. My bad. Uh, Reagan. Reagan. Reaganomics. He was distributing drugs way before anybody else. The number one distributor of drugs is like the CIA. It's crazy. Why are they seeing CIA planes with thousands of pounds of cocaine in them? You get me? They're fucking moving more drugs than anybody. And this is the thing, is like, there's been a gang of kids that disappeared in those fucking in those detention centers. A bunch of kids had disappeared in those detention centers. Human trafficking is another $1 million industry, $1 billion industry. What are happening to all the kids? Obviously, they're under. Somebody has them, right? They have them there in the detention centers, and they're disappearing from the detention centers. Come on, dog. We know what's going on. We know who's getting paid. Hunter Biden over here having parties with little kids. Where they coming from? So I mean, it's not even that it's Mexico. Cocaine don't even come from Mexico. Cocaine comes from Colombia. You know what I'm saying? It just makes its way through here. But it's not the only place that it makes its way through. It makes its way through Cuba, through Florida. Like, come on, dog. People have these misconceptions, and they just want something to point the finger at, which is fucking funny, dog. It's funny that they want to do it. What about the Chinese heroin? Like, come on. People are not overdosing off of that. Right now, the biggest shit though is that fentanyl. That fentanyl is killing everybody. It's killing more people than ever before. But America is fucking fiending for it. If there wasn't a demand for it, it wouldn't it wouldn't exist, right? But so many Americans have such a hard time. Guess what they resort to? They resort to fucking drugs just because they don't have money to go out. They don't have the money to live the American dream no more, homie. It's they resort to drugs because they don't have money no more. It's just they're all fucking broke. There's no going out. There's no taking. You can't even take a family of 4 or 5 to Disneyland anymore without fucking having to donate a nut. That's how crazy it is in America right now. And then people leave. People leave all these other states like Michigan. What up, JFK? People leave states like Michigan, all those middle states, Missouri, Arkansas. Like, ain't shit going on over there. People all leave those states to go to states like New York, like Florida, like Texas, like California, and it's just too expensive. It's just way too expensive for them. Even Seattle nowadays, up towards Washington, everything's getting more expensive. My uncles used to be truckers. No, they're still truckers. But they said a couple years back it was worth it. Trucking was a livable, it was a really good career path. You can make a lot of money in trucking. Now, now in the trucking industry, you have a bunch of Arabics. I'm not trying to say nothing against Arabics, but you have a bunch of them in the trucking industry now. What they like to do is they like to really bid the jobs low, which makes sense. But I mean, just for a regular person, who has a mortgage or who has $1,000 a month rent, it's just not feasible. But when these fools live, 6, 7 families in one house, like yeah, anybody you can live off of fucking $1,000 a week at that point. $800 a week when you got 4 or 5 different families living in one house. But people don't do that no more. As not American people don't do that shit no more. But guess who does? Indian families do. Arabic families do. Chinese families do. They have this fucking family unit, and I kid you not, and there'll be fucking 4 or 5 different families in one fucking house, and that's how they're doing it. But Americans just don't have that no more. Americans, no, it's like there'll be 3 brothers, and all 3 brothers go buy a fucking each one goes and buys their own house, and they never pay that fucking house off. They probably even lose it in the process. But these other races are coming from other parts of the country where they grew up differently, and they have no problem doing that. It's just like it's a lot of this stuff that Andrew Tate says as well. Is like him and his brother, right? And it's really like, who else is gonna have your back like anybody else? But we're so Americanized. The American dream is like, oh, you kind of go do stuff on your own. You do it all on your own. The American dream is you do it on your own. And it's just not like that no more. You can't do it on your own no more. There is no doing it on your own. It used to be a guy could be a teacher, and still take his family on vacation and take them out and about, save up some money. Fuck, by the time he's old, his pension and all that's gonna kick in and he'll be all right. There's fucking people who are retired out here in Mexico because their money doesn't take them far enough in the United States. They're retiring out here in Mexico because $1,200 a month just don't cut it no more for, old Jim. And there's a lot of old Jims out here. I kid you not. There's a lot of Jimmy Johns out here too. Like they're cool. These people they're already part of being out here. Even the Mexican people. And this is a funny thing. Is Mexican people, like, some of them are separated. Yes, some of them are like, you know what? We don't want Americans out here in our country. Just kind of how some Americans are like, we don't want Mexicans out here. But a lot of other Mexicans are like, yeah, you know what? They fucking help our economy. We have seen it booming since these people came along. Like, we know that they're bringing money over here. And it's not just that. They also treat them with respect, though. It's like, oh, you should see how some of these white people get so along with these Mexican people out here. It's just like, it's funny. It's funny because you got this white guy speaking Spanish, and there's not an ounce of hate in the guy, you know. And he genuinely tries to speak Spanish just because he loves the culture that much. He respects the people, which is what I like to see. I like to see people respect each other, you know, especially when they're trying to work, you know, make a living. It's not just like malandros out here. It's not just a bunch of bad people doing a bunch of bad shit. Like, and you can see that everywhere though. I mean, Chicago. I'm gonna use Chicago as an example. It's still like what it was when Al Capone was around. It's still drive-bys. It's still shootings. It's still a fucking war zone. Like, I went out to Chicago and honestly, I didn't have any like sense of being in danger, but the places I went to that same night when I got to the hotel, the fucking place was on the news. Like, somebody got stabbed right where we were at, like a couple hours right after we left. And it's like, fuck and shit. It really is dangerous out here, right? But it was expensive too. It's not like even going to San Diego. We went to San Diego the other day, right? I'm from San Bernardino. I can get a burrito for like $7, $8, right? Fire ass burrito too. I was in San Diego. The cheapest fucking burrito that I found was $12. $12. That's a $4 difference from the burritos that I can get in San Bernardino. And this is a fucking 30-mile radius. I called a few different places just to kind of see, like, damn, can I get a burrito under $10? And no, you cannot. You cannot get a burrito under $10 anywhere in San Diego, which is fucking insane. It really bothers me because it's nothing but fucking tortillas, it's nothing but rice, it's nothing but fucking meat, and that's all it is. That's all a burrito is. It's very simple ingredients, but it's not even the people that are raising the prices. The prices come from what the people have to pay for their lease of the restaurant, right? And these restaurants, they're fucking charging these people an arm and a leg, homie. There's just no rent control no more, like, and that's where the bullshit is. Right there is like, there's no. Why is there no rent control? Why is there no? There's no fucking basically control of what's going on in the economy. You know, these people are getting away with renting out places like a house in San Diego, 4 bedrooms and like a little small garage for $6,500. Who the fuck can rent a place for $6,500 a month? If it's not multifamily, like, it's just insane. Like, unless there was like three families living in there that were to pay the $6,500 a month, it just doesn't make sense. There's nobody who can pay that much in rent and still afford to buy food for their family, afford and take them out, you know? And shit, you see it a lot. You see it a lot nowadays. People are working, 14, 16-hour days. It's like, what kind of fucking life is that to live? You're working 14, 16-hour days. Yeah, I get it, you know? You want to have some extra money, but fucking shit, how long can you work 14, 16-hour days? So like, I did it for 2 months straight. We did a Miller Lite job. I used to be a welder. I used to be a welder, and being a welder is a really good profession. People, you can make a lot of money, but see, you're gonna work a fuck ton of hours. You're gonna work a fuck ton of hours. You could probably work 6 days a week. Shit, sometimes you'll work 7 days a week. What up, Danny boy? Yeah, but I mean, and this is where a lot of people didn't like working overtime because they would say, well, fuck, all my overtime is gonna get taxed so heavily. It's like I worked that day for free. Like, this is the mentality American people have now. It's like, they're like, fuck, I don't want to work overtime because all the fucking overtime I'm gonna work, I'm basically gonna get taxed for all of it. It's like I worked a day for free. I'd rather go spend time with my kids, but fuck, I don't have no money to spend with my kids. You know, like, I don't know. There's gotta be something past. You know, a bill passed that controls all this shit. Like, who cares if the real estate is hot? There's a there's a lot of homeless people out here just because it's too fucking expensive. Now, yeah, it could be because of drugs, but I mean, some of these people just end up on the street just because it is too expensive. I seen just yesterday, it was a little Mitsubishi Outlander, and literally, it's like this lady's living out of her car. Like, she has her whole car packed up in that fucking car, and on top of it, she had like 4, 5, 6 boxes on top of her car, strapped down. And it's like, damn, people really rather live in their fucking car than go to TJ and find something for 300, 400 bucks a month. And yeah, it is a little bit of a hustle. You do got to make your way out to the border. But I mean, they rather live in their fucking car just because they're that brainwashed, just because they're that scared to go to another country, which is only literally, if you wait in line every day, it takes you about an hour. If you get your Sentry Pass, which is a lot easier to get if you're white, blonde hair, blue eyes, you get a fucking Sentry Pass in the snap of a finger. You can literally cross the border within 15, depending on how busy it is. The busiest it'll get is a 30-minute wait, which is, I mean, once you already cross that daily, I mean, even if you know LA traffic, that's nothing. That's just like driving from San Pedro probably to Boyle Heights. Like, that's how it goes. But it's like, I didn't want to get too far away from California, so my other option was like Arizona, you know. But I got a homie who lives out there, and he's talking about fucking 114-degree weather in the summer. Yeah, I'm good off of that. I am good off 114-degree weather. And it's like, fuck, California ain't livable no more. And then California is just weird now too. You got all this weird stuff going on with the LGBTQ community. It's like the left is winning California, and California might become its own republic one day, and it's just gonna be a bunch of weirdos, and it's gonna be super expensive, and it's probably not even gonna consider itself a part of the United States anymore. But I mean, I just don't get it, When people can have a nice two-bedroom apartment out here for 800 bucks a month, and you can still work in the United States. I just met a guy off of YouTube Live. This guy Stevie, he's been out here for 20 years, and he tries his best to speak a little bit of Spanish. Really cool guy, really down to earth, really solid dude. But he don't even talk that much Spanish, but he loves it out here, and he's the kind of person that I see like this, like an entrepreneur type, somebody who wants to do great things and make a lot of money, and just do stuff for his family. And he's been out here 20 years, and he's been doing great. And he's had a house in the United States. He's had these things in the US. And at some point you realize, like, in the United States, we're very spoiled people. We really are. We got everything to our disposal, you know. But I mean, the people who don't, there's people who don't have even running water just because they can't afford it over there in the United States. And like I said, I'm going based off of California. I grew up in California. I was raised in California. I've only left California to go to other states. And yes, when you go to other states, you do see like, oh shit is cheaper out here. You know, you go to Arizona, and gas is like $2 less. Gas is like two something. You know, if gas is $4 over here, gas over there is like two and some change. And it's like, what the fuck? How come California gas prices can't be like this? Why is there no regulation? You get me? Why is it that once you step foot into California, you got to pay California tax? You know what I'm saying? Like, this that's janky as fuck. Like, if Shell is selling gas in fucking Missouri for $2.50 a gallon, why the fuck can't they sell gas for $2.50 in California? It's just greed. It's just that greedy ass shit. And it makes sense. I mean, I get it. It's a business at the end of the day. Like, I get that. But really, if these presidents really want to look out for us or really help us out, like, they should be fucking putting bills in place to where it's like, if you're going to sell it for this cheap here, you got to sell it for that cheap everywhere. you know. And little towns are dying in the United States. These little towns are dying out because nobody lives there no more. Nobody wants to live in that little town no more. They're dying out all the time. You hear about it. It's the reason the Route 66, everything on that route just died out just because people didn't take that route no more. You hear about this place called Appalachia. It's a little town and it's a small place, but people just don't want to be there no more. They say the quality of life is just not what it used to be. There's no work there in those little towns. Like, people either they live in like these rundown houses out there, and it's like nobody's helping them. You know. And then you got stuff going on like right now with the CEO. It's like people are getting fed up. People are getting fed up. We pay hundreds and thousands of dollars in taxes. No, hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes. And where does all that money go? It just goes into politician pockets. It goes into the CEOs' pockets. They're making a couple hundred million a year. And there's still people out here that are, they believe their 401k, they believe their Medicare is going to help them one day. And when they really need it, nothing. They spent all this money paying their taxes, paying their Medicare, paying for their insurance. And then the day they really need it, denied. You ain't getting nothing. I'm not gonna help you. Why should I help you? Don't get me wrong. I love the United States. I love America. I'm blessed to be born there. You know. I'll never take it for granted. But it's like all. It just has changed so much. It just has changed so much. It's gotten so expensive. It's uh, it's ridiculous that people are murdering. People are getting let out of jail, even though they're like known to be a little crazy or known to be, like not mentally stable. They'll let them out of jail. They go and murder somebody, and then they really do take them, to prison. It's like there's all this money, but there's no funding to help these mentally sick people, and then they just don't take responsibility. They let these people out and they go do something crazy, and it's like, oh well, we didn't. How are we supposed to know he was doing something crazy, or he was gonna do something crazy like that? There's just no responsibility there, so it's not even safe there no more. There was a story about a guy that got arrested. He got kicked out of the country, and then he came back under the Biden administration. And then he went and murdered an up and coming nurse. You know, and poor girl had her whole life ahead of her, and this guy was already a delinquent. They knew he was here. They knew he was in the system, and he still went and murdered this girl. He's still awaiting trial. He's still going through a trial, and it's like we're wasting all this money, all these resources on a fucking piece of shit like that. It's like, why is somebody like that gonna have a trial? They have a history. They did something very, very bad. It's like, why are we giving this guy a lawyer? Why does he have a DA defending him? Like, there shouldn't even be a fucking trial. It's just straight up like, hey, you're out of here, both. What part of Mexico you in? I'm in Tijuana. I am in TJ. There's a lot of expats in even further south though, in like City of Mexico and places like that. Veracruz, Guanajuato, Puebla. There's a lot of expats down that way. They're buying houses. Squishy Cat, rest in peace, yo. Yeah, I'm just getting on YouTube Live, and then just the algorithm is just shooting me out there all over the place. Shout out YouTube. We ain't getting paid by them yet though, but it is what it is. That's another thing. Is like this YouTube stuff. People really get paid off of it. This whole Ryan's World kid, this fool makes he made a lot of money doing YouTube. I mean, Mr. Beast. There's just a lot of people out there that utilize YouTube for a little bit of extra income. And honestly, I think everybody should do it. If you have, I don't know, some kind of passion for something, you should definitely hop on YouTube and kind of express that passion. Take a couple videos, edit them real quick. I don't really do too much editing on my videos. I like to just spit fucking videos out. I like to just shoot them out there. Kind of edit them a little bit, but not too much. And then just hoping for the best. I just been consistent now for the last 2 months. Been consistently putting stuff up, and it's growing. I mean, it does start to grow. It's a consistency thing. I appreciate that, Squishy Cat. Every subscription matters to me. I really do appreciate them. Thank you. But TikTok, hey yo, TikTok people are getting paid, man. I'm getting my lady to do more TikTok videos just to see. Hopefully we can get in the algorithm and get that TikTok money. Get some TikTok money. But these fools are making hella bank on TikTok. The thing I see the most on TikTok though, I don't even have a TikTok, but the thing I see the most on is like these NPC characters and then these dirty, musty people that just all they do is talk shit all day. They get the most views. Like I don't understand how the fuck that works, but yeah, people just literally send them money for just them being them, and it's honestly it's I'm not gonna lie, I get a little jealous. I'm like, what the fuck? How can you not be giving people information, that's worth anything, but yet they're sending you money and they're watching your shit and they're just eating it up. But you know what? That's the current state of the world that we live in. People rather just watch a bunch of drama. People used to go to the circus, and now people just hop on TikTok to watch freaks. So I mean, it's because people can't afford to go out. So people fucking stay on TikTok, on Facebook Live, and just watch reels all day. Watch these weird TikTokers doing this NPC stuff. Thank you for the roses, the galaxies, and all that kind of shit. It's a big thing now because people just can't afford to go out no more. But it's also another thing. Is like people in some situations are sending these people money. And you got Uber Eats and all that. I mean, it's just a lot of unnecessary spending that we do in the United States, and you start to see it here. You start to see it when you go to a different country, how unnecessarily we spend our money. But I mean, shit. If you were on the brink of like losing your house or anything, sure, you can come out to TJ and live a pretty good life off of $3,000 a month. You can pay your rent. If you have a $500 car bill like we do, you can pay your car bill. You can pay your phone. You can change everything to over here, and it's cheaper. My Wi-Fi is only 20. It's only $20 a month, and I got really good Wi-Fi.
Hey!
My bills, they come out to less than $50 a month. All my bills, my electric bill, my water bill,
Mom, can you get her?
and my gas bill all come to under less than $50 a month. And that's steady. It's really livable out here. I mean, and you can find a job just about anywhere in San Diego. There's a lot of work out there in San Diego. There's a lot of different things. What's this video all about? It's more of a Q&A, kind of taking questions. kind of taking questions as they come. I appreciate everybody on the live. Make sure you guys like, make sure you guys subscribe. We appreciate all the love. You know, hopefully, the creator gives you guys back 10 times fold once you guys give us here. But I mean, if you guys have any questions about what we do, just go ahead and drop a comment in the chat. We buy storage units, we sell pallets, we buy pallets, we buy and sell cars. Shit, right now, I'm trying to see who wants to invest money, like who wants to do something out here in TJ. You don't necessarily got to come out here to TJ to invest money. See, what the white people do is they'll lease, and I'm not just going to say white people, the Chinese people do the same shit. They'll lease a piece of property, they'll build on it, but the trick is they lease it for 100 years. And who the hell is going to knock something down after 100 years, right? So they'll lease something for 100 years, they'll build the property up, and then they rent it, and they charge dollars. And a lot of people in Mexico out here kind of getting upset about people changing their rent to dollars, but even the Mexican people are doing it. They're not even charging pesos no more. There's so many Americans out here paying dollars that people over here are charging dollars for their rent. And I mean, shit, these Chinese people got this shit on lock already. They're out here. They know how to move around. They have their little communities out here. They take care of each other. They look out for each other, which is good, which is what you got to do. But there's a saying that a Mexican's worst enemy is another Mexican, which is, I don't know, it kind of does, you do see it. And there's so much division that people, it's just so much division that it's ugly. I don't fucking get it. Like, I don't understand why there's so much diversity when it comes to humans, humans being humans. Like, there's Mexicans that say, oh, well, you shouldn't come over here unless you got your papers, unless you got your visa, unless you got this or that. My mom's, my mom fucking passed away the same fucking year that she got her papers. And she never got to travel the world. She never got to go back to Mexico. And it's like, fuck. If she waited her whole fucking life, to get her fucking papers and then finally come over here one day, it's like she wouldn't have done it. She would have never been over here. She would have never made it here. Well, to the United States. And it's like, these people are so fucking like, oh, well, I had to do it the right way and I had to do it like this. But they don't understand. People on the border, they have it so much easier to get their visa, to get their paperwork in order. They have it a lot easier. And it's a lot of that mentality that's like, that sets us back. You know, instead of just being like, oh, fuck it. They want to come over here for a better life. They want to work. They want to, they want to do the same thing that my parents did. These generations are already watered down. Generations are watered down. They forget where their parents came from. They don't even speak Spanish no more. Like, and I've seen it myself. I'm a first generation Mexican American. My dad and my mom are both from Mexico, and I'm the first born to a Mexican family in the United States of America. You know, and I still got deep ties with my family, and I still speak pretty alright Spanish. My grandma's really, really OG. She's the kind of lady who just cooks all day, cleans the house. She's like really, really OG. My grandma, she never worked a job. All she did was cook, clean, because that's the way she was raised. And a lot of the time, like now, you don't see that shit no more. It's a very different, kind of people. And you see a lot of these Mexican Americans, they're like 3 generations in. They're making fucking enchilada casseroles. Like, they don't speak no more Spanish in their family. Like, the dad don't even speak Spanish. It's like, it's really watered down. I mean, I get it. They've been here they've been in the United States for generations, but they forget. You know, originally they came from Mexico, and their parents wanted a better life. And it's like they forgot that shit. They forgot where they came from. And it's like, fuck, you guys got it all twisted up. But I mean, without the diversity, if people could just, okay, just mind their own business. I think that's the number one thing. Is people just need to mind their own business. People just need to worry about their own shit and not really so much other people's shit. Again, there's just so much diversity that I don't know. People are just putting each other down. Even when they're the same race, they're just putting each other down. It just doesn't make sense to me. Instead of helping them out. And that's, like I said, I see it in a lot of other cultures that they help each other out. They fucking live. They live in these not not community homes, but there's like 3, 4 families living in one home, paying a $2,000 mortgage. So I mean, if you got 3 families, 4 families paying that $2,000 mortgage, that's $500 a dad. So each dad is paying $500. Now that's feasible. But people are like, they just don't think like that no more. They just want to live the American dream, and it's like, the American dream is I gotta move away from my family. I gotta be a man. I gotta buy this fucking house, and I gotta pay for it myself, and only me, 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 me. And it's a lot of that mentality now. It's like me, 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 me. It's just me by myself, and that's it. Never forget where you came from, dog. Just had to adapt because we saw how the cops treated our people. Let's say we don't speak it. Just adapt to where we live in. 100%. 100%. You gotta adapt. I mean, that's why gangs and everything became a thing. Is because we had to protect ourselves against the cops, and not only that, other minorities. I mean, when you put so many minorities in one place, they're gonna clash. They're gonna fight. Shit is gonna happen. But it's like at the end of the day, we forget who's really putting us down. And it's not the white man, it's the government, it's these heads in these political places, and they've been there for a long time. I mean, if you think about it, the people who were running the government, they're just breeding each other. Like they just keep in the same family. Like there's no changes in these political parties and stuff like that. Like the only thing that really changes is the president, but there'll be certain chairs in politics that are taken by the same person for 30, 40 years, and they're just out of touch with the times. They just don't know what the fuck is going on anymore, you know? And it's a lot of people in positions that they shouldn't be, but just because they're related to somebody, or, you know, they went to a certain school or whatever, that automatically qualifies them. And it's like, it's not even like that. They're out of touch. There's no reason that the California's health department, fucking the main person, they're an obese person, and they're talking about what the school should be eating, what you should feed your kids. Like, that's just insane to me. And they're making millions of dollars, and it's like, who the fuck is paying you guys millions of dollars? Like this dude, Governor Newsom, the governor of California, he's just fucking everything up. Like, I don't know who likes him really, but he just keeps passing bills and laws and just crazy shit. And that's why I'm telling you, like, California is not too far from becoming a republic and just doing its own thing. Because that fool's really, like, doing his own shit. Making careers crazy. They don't care about us. They just make money and lie. And that's all they do. They just lie. They false promise everything. They say they're going to do something and they don't. And it's not just the president. There's a lot of people right underneath the president that have been there for a long time. And it's like these chairs, they've been sitting in that same chair for 20, 30 years, and they don't know what it's like. They don't know what it's like to to be a hardworking American. They never worked a blue collar trade. They never worked, you know, 12, 16-hour shifts. They didn't have to wake up at 3, 4 in the morning to drive to their blue collar job, being an electrician, being a plumber, being a fucking, modern day. And it's like, that's why nobody wants these jobs, because they don't get the respect and they don't get the money that they should. Nobody wants to be a plumber. Nobody wants to really be, you know, uh, a carpenter. Like, some people get stuck in these jobs, but I mean, some of them, they do end up making some really good money at the end of the day. But it's like people rather try to be the entrepreneurs and stuff like that, because at the end of the day, if you work 14, 16-hour days, and fucking a third of your check goes to just fucking taxes, you're like, what the fuck is this? This is bullshit. And it's going to shit that they're saying like, oh, well, we're gonna make the roads better. I fucking hit a sick ass pothole in San Diego and my fucking tire popped. Like, what the fuck? There's there's worse potholes in San Diego than there is in TJ. I've been driving my fucking car around in TJ for the last 3 months. I didn't get a flat over here. I got it over there. It's like, I get it. But over there we pay more taxes than anybody. You know what I'm saying? So we're paying so much taxes over there, and they're still not taking care of the shit that needs to be taken care of right away. If you make if your parent makes a certain amount of money, you have to pay for your school lunch. Like, what the fuck is that? I didn't have to do that until I went to a different high school. And in the first high school, my dad was only making so much money. And then the second high school I went to, my dad finally was earning more money. And then my lunches weren't free no more. I had to start paying for lunch. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, doesn't my dad pay his fucking taxes? Doesn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, why the fuck do I have to pay for my lunch? Like, they should be providing free lunch. There's kids who are fucking, well, the kids who are starving, for sure they get free lunches, but still, it's like, as soon as your parents make a certain amount of money, your lunches aren't free at school no more. Oh, your parents are doing too good in life, and they're middle class people. They're not even fucking wealthy like that. They're middle class people that are just making over the threshold for a free lunch. And it's crazy, like the whole Walmart thing. Like, I can't even believe Walmart is still in business by how it treats its employees. Like, they say more than half of Walmart's employees are getting EBT and SNAPS benefits, and that they're fucking telling them to go get it. That's so crazy, dog. And Walmart is one of the biggest fucking companies in the world, and they have food drives for their employees. Like, what the fuck? Why not just pay their fucking employees more? You get me? And then, and another thing is, the reason they give handicaps money is basically it's just a write-off for them. Like, it's not because they genuinely want to help them. It's more just a write-off for them. So they get handicapped people jobs to do stuff for them. But at the end of the day, it's only about the money. You know? I get it. Again, these are businesses. These are places who probably sacrifice a lot in the beginning to get to where they're at. But once you're a $1 billion company and you got hundreds and thousands of employees, and more than half of them have to be on EBT and welfare just to make it, there's something wrong there. There's something fucked up there. It just doesn't make sense. And it's like, I've seen the system is just so fucking broken. Like, people who really need Section 8 living, it takes them fucking forever to get. People that know how to work the system, because they've been in it for such a long time, they know how to get fucking Section 8 housing. They know how to get $1,000 a month for EBT. They know how to do all this shit because of generations going through that. It's fucking crazy. There's the African community, the black people have, and they're not even all, some of these fools don't even like being called African. They'll be like, I ain't fucking African, I'm black, homie. So these black fools, they grew up like that. They already know because their fucking aunt already knows the system. So fucking the aunt will give them a play-by-play, like, yeah, you're gonna go and fill this out, you're gonna go and do this, and you're gonna fill this, and this out, because they just know the system already because they fucking grew up in it. But for people for the first time like that, they have to use the system. It fails them. It fails them, and it fails them, and it fails them because it's the people's first time going through fucking hard times, but they don't know how to work the system yet. But there's people who have been working the system for generations, and they already know how to work the system, that they're working it to their advantage. And I get it, It's like, hey, fucking, you know how to do it already. Like, fuck it, work the system. I get it. But it's like when these people are new to struggling, when they really need that help, it's like there's nobody to guide them, nobody in their family. And again, the American dream is we're proud people, you know. When we're doing bad, we can't we swallow that shit up. We don't go and tell the family, hey, I'm doing bad. Like I can't go to this family event because I don't got the money or none of that. You show up, you show up with a straight face and you fucking act like nothing's going on. And it might cost you the savings that you had to go on that family trip just to go see a couple people, but at the end of the day, it's like everybody tries to put on this face of, oh, I'm doing great, I'm doing amazing, and they're fucking 40, 50, $60,000 in debt. I don't know if you guys watch this YouTuber by the name of Caleb Hammer, but he talks to people who are in debt. He tries to figure out, like, hey, what the fuck are you doing that's got you in debt like this? This is a really cool channel. If you guys follow me, I suggest you check it out. He talks a lot about finances and he calls people out on their bullshit. And like I said, it's not helping. Yeah. Yeah, but this thing is like, see, when you're a family unit, everybody's supposed to work together and help each other out. I mean, that's why back in the days people have a lot of kids is because, you know, I mean, there's really nothing else to do for them either, so they have a ton of kids. But it's like, and not every single one of them would make it, maybe little Timmy, they lose little Timmy at the age of 3 or 4. Like, this is back in the day. But, I mean, you see these videos of these kids cleaning chimneys with their dads, like, that shit, it was the way of life back then. It was you have all these kids and you guys all work together to make something happen, But I mean, shit, the rules have changed so much is you can't live off the land anymore. You can't just get your water from a stream anymore like you could way back then, Now you gotta pay for everything, and it costs. It costs a lot of money. But you definitely, if you're living as a family unit, you guys all want to work to pay for that house. You guys all want to work to to just get the bills taken care of, because honestly, that's the only way you're gonna make it out in the United States nowadays. Is if you got 2 or 3 families living together, and it's like it's looked down upon like by society nowadays. Like, oh, especially in America, it's like, oh, you got 3 families living in one house. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, but people just a lot of people see it like that. Like, oh, I'm not gonna share my house with my whole other family. It's like, no, it's like other races, other cultures, they don't see it like that. Why do we as Americans we see it like that? We see it as like, oh, I can't live with my brother and his wife and his 2 kids. Like, I can't. And they can get a big ass house somewhere and they both pay $1,000 a piece, or maybe even more, just to get that shit paid off quick, and make it easy on themselves. No, I have a homie who moved all the way to Indiana. He's got 2 brothers, and he's American. He's American to the core. He's a white boy, blonde hair, green eyes, you know, just straight up white dude. He moved all the way to Indiana because it was just too expensive here for him in California. You know, he got a really good job out there in Indiana, and it's going great for him. But it's like, damn, you couldn't, you guys couldn't come together, just to buy one house and then just branch off of that. It's because they don't see it like that. He's like, each one of my brothers has their own house. Each one of my brothers does this, does that, right? And each one of us, like, we do our own thing. And that's only in the American culture that we're like that. And we have these old ways of thinking, but it's a whole new world we live in. It's a whole new world we live in. It's a way more expensive world we live in. The old ways of thinking, they ain't doing us any justice anymore. People got to change the way they think and the way they pass down basically the information, the American dream. Like, the American dream is changed now. It's different now. Shit, that's why van life is such a big thing. Like, you see these people fixing up these vans because they don't want to buy a fucking $500,000 house. You get what I'm saying? They prefer to travel the world and do things like that instead of spend their whole life to pay off one fucking house that they're only gonna be in for so long. You get me? It's like there's 30, 35-year mortgage loans. Like, fucking shit. Are you kidding me? Like, fuck. If you buy that house at 30, damn near by the time you retire, you paid it off. And then, fuck, like, what are you gonna do at 60? You're not gonna travel nowhere. You're not gonna go nowhere. You're fucking too old to be traveling and shit like that. The food's got you all fucked up nowadays. It's like the food that we're eating over there. By the time you're 60, shit, if you didn't die by a heart attack, you're all fucked up. You got health problems and shit like that. Like, it don't make sense. And it's not like out here in Mexico, you can go get a piece of land, build a house on it, and then over time, you can get papers to that house over time. You get me? Over there in the U.S., if you try to do that in the U.S., if you try to just build a little piece of property on some land, they can come and take it from you. The government can come and take it from you and straight up tell you, like, yeah, this is ours now. Even though nobody was utilizing that piece of land for shit for the longest time, if you utilize that piece of land, or if you even try to live off a grid, they'll come after you. They'll come after you in any way they can. And it's like they try to say tax evasion. They use all these bills and laws that they put in place just so people can't live on their own. No, there's so many more working class people out here than there is mania. There's a lot more working class people out here. And one thing that you do see out here is people respect that. If shit, try to go to the store and or try to go to Little Swami on the weekend and try to steal something. If that person catches you, guess what? The whole neighborhood is gonna beat your ass, and they're gonna tell you to get the fuck out of there because there are more working class people over here, and they're more united over here than they are anywhere else. And you see it, You see these people's work ethic, and they take care of each other. They don't just let people run wild over here. No, like right now, just earlier today, somebody, and there's tweakers out here too. Don't get me wrong. There's not a lot of junkies. Like, you're not gonna see them a lot, but the people who do the most shit over here during the daytime, they're straight up tweakers, dog. Straight up, just fucking smoked out smokers. And yeah, they will do some crazy shit. But I mean, a lot of the times it's like they're gonna do it when there's nobody around. You know what I'm saying? If it's a busy area, they're not gonna do shit because they know. They know the raza's gonna fuck their ass up. They know they're not gonna get too far. And I mean, shit, you should see the Facebook publications out here. The Facebook publications all day long, people are burning each other out. It's like it's just neighborhood watch basically. These people are out here, they're taking care of each other, and it's the way it is. You know, out there in the U.S., fuck, people turn a blind eye to bullshit all the time. You can get robbed in the middle of the day, and there'll be fucking 4 or 5 people that are, instead of saying, hey, you know, stop or anything like that, no. What they do is they pull their fucking phone out and hit record, and you got 4 or 5, 6 different angles of somebody getting mugged, of somebody getting kidnapped. You got 4 or 5 different angles, you know, for the fucking Channel 5 views. But I mean, people are just like so into their own shit over there. Over here, if 4 or 5 different people see something happen, guess what? You're gonna have 4 or 5 different, you know, not necessarily vigilantes, but people. I mean, just straight up people being people. You know, it's like they're not gonna let the bullshit fly. They're just not. And you see that they work more as a community out here because I mean, we understand this. They understand it. They know it goes on. They don't turn a blind eye to it. People in fucking LA, they turn a blind eye to fucking the sheriffs having gangs within the department. The sheriffs had like fucking 4 or 5 different gangs in just LA County alone. In just LA County a fucking alone. And people turn a blind eye and say, no, the police are here to help us. No, the police do their job. Get the fuck out of here. They got fucking gangs. They're they've already been committed, you know. I mean, they've already been found guilty of crimes, you know. There's literally fucking paperwork on that shit that some of these sheriffs from LA County, they have killed innocent people just to join that gang. And it's like they turn a blind eye to it. No, no, that doesn't happen over here. That doesn't happen in the United States. Yes, it does. It's been happening. It's still happening to today. And it's like, they just have the people so brainwashed. And I get it, you know. We want to believe that we live in a perfect society in the United States. We want to believe that. But it's just not what the fuck it is, you know. Just because you can't bribe a sheriff over there, it makes it so much better. Like, no, what the fuck? It doesn't make it that much better. And I honestly, I I'm not saying like I'm all for the bribing, but I mean, fuck. If I can get out of a ticket for $1,000 for not wearing my seatbelt, if all I had to do was pay the cop, you know, fucking 50 to $100, like I'd much rather do that. You know what I'm saying? That I'm not fucking really hurting anybody but myself at the end of the day. But over there, if you try to talk to a cop, you know, to try to get out of a ticket, he's just not gonna do it. They're just dicks, you know. And at the end of the day, they're gonna go and do the easiest shit all the single time. Our fucking house got robbed one time. We called the fucking sheriffs and they didn't show up until the next day, and they didn't even do shit. They took statements. They didn't take fingerprints. They didn't do none of that stuff, and there was fingerprints like around that they could have got, but they didn't do shit. And it's fucking it's a joke. I mean, we never fucking called the cops again. Cause it's just like, what the fuck are they gonna do? They're just gonna take a statement again. They're gonna show up the next day and just take a statement, and that's it. Like, there's nothing that they can do to make us feel comfort or anything like that. And at the end of the day, they're just big ass crooks. You know, they give out 100 tickets and they get a bonus at the end of the month. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you see it. You fucking see that shit all the time, especially in California. At the end of every fucking month, you got now all of a sudden you got police checkpoints. You know, all of a sudden at the end of every month, you got police checkpoints, and they're giving out tickets left and right. At the end of every fucking month, if you guys pay attention, you straight up see they're not doing fucking shit all month long, but at the end of every single fucking month, oh, it's that time of the month again. We gotta hit that quota. We gotta start giving out tickets, people. We gotta start doing this. We gotta start doing that. It's like, oh, you fucks, what have you guys been doing? I'm not saying all cops are bad, you know, but I mean, you definitely are turning a blind eye to what the reality of it is. You know, is these politicians, is these fucking people up in power. Fuck the mayor of, I forget what fucking city was trading guns and shit for cocaine to a gang out in LA. It's like, what the fuck? And all of this shit gets swept under the rug. It all gets swept under the rug. And what they try to do is they try to feed you Mexico's bullshit. Oh, well, Mexico's doing this and Mexico's doing that. And in Mexico, this happened. And in Mexico, that's happening. But it's like all the dirty shit that goes on in the United States, they just sweep under the rug. And they're just sweeping more shit under the rug every single day. You know? It's like, why is this dude Diddy, after fucking 30 fucking years, finally somebody or a few somebodies finally came after this dude? Is because he's had money the whole time to pay politicians. He the Diddy parties, the Diddy tapes, like that shit's all real. Jeffrey Epstein, that shit's all real, homie. Fucking John F. Kennedy. No, John F. Kennedy. My bad. Fucking, what's his name? I don't know. What's that fool's name? Clinton. Clinton chilling with Jeffrey Epstein on his fucking island. Come on, dog. This shit's been going on, and all we do is turn a blind eye to the bullshit. And it's like, oh, the United States is so much better than Mexico. It's like, I guess, but when you got fucking Bill Clinton partying with Jeffrey Epstein and fucking 13, 14, 15-year-old girls, it's like, what the fuck? This dude was president? Like, what else is going on back there? You know what I'm saying? What else are they sweeping under the rug? What else is going on that we're turning a blind eye to, or that they're sweeping under the rug? It's like, it just doesn't make sense how the American people are just so scared, to come to Mexico, even when we're just up the street. You know, they just feed you all this propaganda, and they just want you to be scared because they just want people to stay indoors. They want people to stay in their house. They don't want people to go out and explore no more. They're building a new America slowly but surely, and it's happening. It's turning into shit slowly but surely. I mean, Mexico's making ties with Russia and China, and it's just like because they want to do business. You know what I'm saying? They want to do business, and these places are willing to pay. But it's like Hunter Biden did business with Russia. Hillary Clinton did business with China. You know, and what did they do? What did they get? Millions of dollars, presidential pardons. It's like the people who are really fucking up the U.S. They're not paying consequences, and that's why more politicians underneath them and behind them, they're gonna keep fucking doing whatever they want. And I get it, it's the way that they've been living for a long time, but it's just all fucked up. It's time for fresh blood. There needs to be politicians who are, 30, max 35 years old, so they know because they know what it's like. They know about the times. They know what it's like out here. But I got tired of working fucking 16-hour days. You know, 16-hour days. I'm gonna fucking a third of my check is gonna go to my taxes, and I'm not gonna see none of that money ever. You know, and my kid's teacher still not showing up to work. She's got a fucking substitute teacher 3 days out of the week. School lunch is ass. It's just all fucked up. So I mean, it's definitely need to be some changes in the U.S. I'm definitely gonna go back to the United States. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna go back, but I need to set up my future, and I'm not gonna do it the American way. I'm not gonna go buy myself a fucking $300,000, $400,000 house. I'm not gonna try and pay it off of myself. Oh yeah, you guys hate me.
Nightmares again.
You guys hate me cause I don't do what you guys all want to do and call normal. It's like I'm not gonna get fucking scammed. You see these new build homes? They're all made out of cardboard. They're all falling apart, and these people are stuck with them. Fuck that.
Wait,
I'd rather build my own house. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna buy one of them new build homes. It's a scam. They're just scamming you now. It's like there's no reason a fucking house should cost $300,000, $400,000 on a fucking property that's, you know, an hour and a half away from the city.
there's someone in here. I can't do his voice, okay?
Yeah, some more. Yeah, I'm just out here fucking
No?
ranting
Okay.
away.
Wait, what? Don't be scared to show yourself.
But I want to live the American dream 100%. You know, I want to have my house. I want to have a big old house. I want to have a white fence. You know, I want my kid to go to the most prestigious school.
That explains so much things.
But I mean, that shit just wasn't built for me. The American dream is not built for me. You know, if I want to live the American dream, I gotta work fucking 16, 18-hour days. I gotta work 6 to 7 days a week. On top of that, I gotta make sure I pay my taxes too. Cause if I don't pay my taxes for 2 or 3 years, Uncle Sam is just gonna fucking take me to prison for 2 or 3 years. And who knows if I'll make it out of prison? Cause I'm Mexican.
No, I'm so sorry,
The prison system is so fucked up. The correctional officers in there, they already know what the deal is, and they fucking set you up for disaster. You can be a normal dude, but just because you're in there, you gotta follow the rules, homie. And them rules are set. You ain't changing shit. They tell you to do something, you better do something because they're gonna do it to you if you don't. I know a gang of people that have been to prison, and not because they're about that life, but it's just as soon as you do something federal, you're going straight to prison. It could be a phony check, it could be something small like that, but they're gonna send you straight to the big boy house. And shit, not even the correctional officers run the fucking prison. They make you guys think that shit. That's how fucking. That's how under the rug. That's how much shit is swept under the rug right there. You guys think like, oh, if you go to prison, you know, you're there because you're a bad guy or some shit. No, people don't fucking. Some people don't pay their taxes and they end up in prison.
They usually
You know.
Oh, he's dead. Sorry. Alright.
It's wild. Shit is. It's not dangerous out here like people think it is. It's just not. Like it is if you think you're Johnny Badass and shit like that. Like you shouldn't be thinking like that. You're in a different country. You gotta respect people more than you respect them in your own country. And as long as you show respect, you're gonna get respect. But if you think you're gonna be a tough guy out just because you're in a different city or a different place, you think you're gonna play the tough guy and just be like, oh, I'm gonna do whatever I want. I'm an American. I can go back at the end of the day. It's like, no, dog.
Okay.
You gotta play by the same rules everybody else does, especially when you're out here visiting.
I think. Oh damn. Oh.
It's like there's so many tourists out here. Does Mexico have an equivalent to welfare or social security? No, they have social security. It's called seguro. So basically, you know, part of their check goes into that, but it's not gonna be enough for them to retire ever. There's really no healthcare system. Again, cocaine doesn't get cooked out here. It gets cooked in Colombia. What the fuck? They just send the bricks out this way. The only thing that Mexico is really producing, really pushing out is fentanyl. And guess what? The United States created fentanyl. And they sold them the fucking recipe. Well, fentanyl was an American made drug. It's a synthetic drug. The recipe got out. These fools got a hold of it. And now what? And it's like, there's so many American people addicted to this shit because, again, the system is so fucked up. I mean, there's dirty doctors out in the United States that give out fake prescriptions to these people so they can get a hold of these drugs. I mean, it's so popular in rap music. You know what I'm saying? All this shit is so popular in rap music, and guess what? The biggest music in the minority communities is rap. You know, spend a lot of money on that shit, making it popular, playing it on the radio, and it's like these big pharma companies, they have a big hand in it too. The opioids crisis. You guys don't talk about that, huh? You guys don't fucking think when you're trying to say like, oh, Mexico's got a giant drug problem. Yeah, what about big pharma? What about all the big American companies that literally produce a fuck ton of pills and then they're just giving them out to people because they're depressed, because they can't sleep, for whatever it may fucking be. They're just giving them these pills. And then their kids get a hold of it, overdose, and then they're just like, oh, it was the Mexicans. The Mexicans brought those drugs over here. Meanwhile, fucking grandma's cabinet got raided and fucking Jaden fucking took all the shit that grandma had and fucking OD'd. No, but it was the Mexicans. They brought it over here. Big Pharma's like the biggest fucking drug dealer in the United States. You know? But I mean, there's a million other ways to make money out here in Mexico. You see the people out here got hustle. They got drive. They try to make money every way they can. You know, it's selling candy, it's selling food, it's trying to wash your car while you're in the middle of traffic. You know, even the service out here is different. You go to a gas station, you can't even pump your own gas out here. They have somebody pump your gas, and then while they're pumping your gas, they clean both your windshields. They clean your front windshield and they clean your rear windshield. And there's a lot of people hustling. Every weekend, there's I kid you not, tens of thousands of people that got their own little post up that they're all trying to sell something. They're always hustling. They're always hustling out here, and you respect it. My dad was telling me he's like the same dude that's selling the lotes on from around 4 to 8 at night is the mechanic from 9 to 5. So 9 to 5 he's a mechanic. 5 to 9 he's fucking out there slinging elotes. He's trying to sling that corn. Fucking the carpenter that you see from 6 to 3 in the morning. He's a carpenter from 4 to fucking 9 o'clock at night. He's out there selling tacos. They're out here hustling, working 24/7 a lot of the time. Well, as an American, I got it super easy. I can cross into the United States. I can get literally fucking hot Cheetos. I can buy 100 bags of hot Cheetos, come back and sell them and make a profit. I can go to Costco and buy a bunch of different American products, bring them back over here and make a profit. I'm not talking you're gonna make 10, 20, $30 a piece on everything, but as long as you're making $3 to $4 to $5, think about it. If you sell 40 items at a $5 profit, that's a $200 day. If you could do that 5 times a week, that's $1,000. I'm telling you, off of $3,000 a month, you can live a really good life out here. You can pay all your bills and still have money extra to go out on the weekend if that's what you want to do. If you're not the kind of person who wants to invest, who wants to build anything, really, you just wanna work, pay your bills, and still have some fun. Go out and travel the world. You could do it out here. When you got places that are gonna rent you, and it's crazy, cause fuck, the lowest amount of rent that I've probably seen is probably like I don't know, $550, and it's a studio. But then on top of that, like all the other bills that they have added onto that, it's expensive. How's the carpentry industry down there? They don't really build houses out of wood out here. They build them out of bricks and rebar. I don't know. It's just the way that everybody builds their houses out here. It's all bricks and rebar and concrete. They'll make the top floor all out of concrete. So carpentry's not really a trade out here. But again, I met some guy who lives out here. He used to be a carpenter. Now he does his usually exposed rebar roofs for future editions. I know the deal. Exactly. You see that a lot. You see that some of these roofs have rebar sticking out, and it's because people do plan on, building a third floor or another floor just on top of their buildings. But I mean, I got a friend who is an American, and he just couldn't make it out in the States. He just couldn't. He just couldn't make it. I mean, he could, but he told me himself. He was like, you know what? It's like I was working all the fucking time, and the only thing I can afford was to pay my rent and to buy food, and that was it. That's all I can afford to do is pay my rent and buy food, and I got fucking tired of living like that. So I moved to Mexico. He moved to Mexico. He was able to buy himself a car from the dealership. He's able to put himself a really nice place. This is a guy who couldn't afford, a 2 bedroom apartment, and now he's got a 2 bedroom apartment and 3 fish tanks in his fucking apartment. He's like, damn, you living good out here. And he loves it. And he says the only reason he wants to go back now is because he has a daughter. And he says, well, this really ain't a place I want to raise my kid. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, what are you saying? It's not like we're watching people fucking take one another out on the street. Like, it's not just some dude walking up to another dude with a machete and taking him out. No, you don't see that shit out here. But he lives out here. He lives a really good life out here. He's got a maid. He's got everything he could ever want out here. He hasn't really struggled since he came out here. Over there, if he had car troubles, fuck, that was the end of the world for him. As soon as you have car troubles out there in California, fuck, it's almost like the end of the world for a lot of people. Because as soon as that car goes, you can't get to work. You can't really make it nowhere. Which is just the main gig. I can weld, point stone, run machinery, etc. I can find something to do there. Oh yeah, especially if you're in a trade like that. If you're in any kind of construction trade out here, so a lot of construction trades out here, they charge American dollars for the work. They don't charge pesos. All the construction workers out here, all the contractors out here, they charge American dollars for the work. So you can definitely make a good living out here. And then if you can take a couple people and show them the skill, show them the trade, oh man, these Mexican people are loyal, 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 loyal. They will work for you for 20, 30, 40 years. If you're paying them every Friday, they will work for you for the longest fucking time. They won't leave, you know. They'll probably do little side jobs on the side, but they'll still do your work and more. Fuck Trump, you idiots ruined the U.S. Trump is deporting you fools, and you voted for him because y'all racist like the white boys. I don't know who you think I am, but I'm a Mexican American. You know, I yes, I didn't even vote for Trump, but I was going for Trump to win. Because he's got some of the things. He's got some of this shit right. He's talking about, but this is where it all gets janky. See, he's saying people are gonna get all their overtime pay now, right? But now it's all of a sudden turning into companies are gonna fucking work you the first part of the month and then cut your hours in the ending part of the month. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy to me. It's like, how the fuck did they alley oop that shit? They straight up played us. A lot of Mexican bros out here in Pennsylvania. Hey, shout out Pennsylvania, man. Shout out Oklahoma too. Uh, we worked with some Oklahoma white boys. They were welders, and they showed us a technique called walking the cup. And we showed them how to weld with mirrors. Basically, when you weld with a mirror, you're welding backwards. And it's just not something that they did a lot out there in Oklahoma. But what they did do is walk the cup. Now that shit, you got some really, really nice welds when you walk the cup. You got shit that looks like a stitch. You get dimes from walking the cup welds. I mean, you got some really nice looking welds from that. It's like a stack of dimes. Órale. Nice. Saca la bolsita, homie. $90,000 deck. Damn, that's a lot of wood right there. Hey, for sure, we appreciate it, guys. Thank you guys for coming out, checking out the channel. Sock check, homie. Hey, homie, this fool's not down. He ain't even got socks on. Perro. Hey, but don't nobody love Mexican food more than white people. I'm gonna tell you that straight up. Straight up. The homies from Oklahoma, they came out here and they were like, damn, homie, you guys got some real Mexican food out here. Like that shit. And that's all they wanted to eat, ever. That's all they ever wanted to eat. These foods always just wanted to eat Mexican food. It's like, damn, like that shit ain't that good, dog. I'm kind of tired of the beans and rice. They're fiending for it. All Trex, outdoor kitchen, etc. Gonna be nice as fuck. Damn, that sounds expensive, dog. What's up, baby? No, you gotta be asleep already. What time is it? It's already 10 o'clock and we're still out here. You know, that's madrosa.
Oh my god, guys, they made this.
Yeah, man. $90,000 to drop on the deck is crazy, though. That's that money right there. That's the money that we want. That's the money that we want. Hey, but Mexico, honestly, if you guys come out here, it just honestly reminds me of like, I don't know how much history you guys like, but I fucking love Italian history. I love I love that 1940s, 1930s, 1950s history where it's like America's, it's coming up still. The CIA, fucking federal agents and all that shit. The FBI is barely coming out. Like that's kind of that's kind of the vibes I get out here. It's like, yeah, we got cameras and everything on the new day and age, but it's like you can still bribe a cop. You know what I'm saying? You can still bribe a cop to look the other way out here. It's like that's very 1950s, 1960s USA right there. Now you can't bribe a cop in the US. They'll straight just take your ass to jail. But, that don't make them not dirty. That don't mean there's no dirty cops just because you can't bribe them. You can't bribe them the regular way no more. Hey, baby, you threw up. Proper Ghost Recon wild cards. Orale. I mean, you get that vibe out here. It's like very, very early America. You can still bribe a cop. You can still bribe a politician out here. You can still bribe the judge. You can get out of some trouble. You can kind of pay your way out of it. Like now, the only people who can do that is fucking multi-billionaires, multi-millionaires, who have had, and they do fucking pay. There's a reason Tyler fucking got a sick ass DUI, crashed his car into the fucking community hall, and all he had to do was go to fucking community service, because his family's tied in. It's like that shit's set up now. Some of these people don't gotta face the same justice that the minorities of us do. Ireland. Orale. Yeah, I haven't actually Ireland has never really been on the list of places I wanted to visit. I just I just don't know what's going on out there, but definitely want to travel the world, check out New Zealand, Japan, number one. I heard that Japanese yen ain't doing too good, but I mean, and the Chicano culture out there in Japan is like, I heard it's really accepted out there. They like Mexican American culture. Shit, I was listening to like a podcast where it's like the baby just fell off the bed. Jesus Christ. She acts like she's 3 and does all this crazy stuff. You're not even crying. You're not even crying. You're just whining. You didn't even fall that hard. You're tired. It's time to go to bed, baby. Yeah, but I heard the Chicano culture is really appreciated out in Japan. There's these fools like literally dressing up like cholos out there. They got the plaid shorts with the long socks, homie, and the lokes on. She perro. Definitely want to check out Japan. They got the lowriders out there. Oh, back in the '90s and the early 2000s, Japan was paying top dollar. I heard they was paying a lot of yens for fucking lowriders. And they helped a lot of Mexican foods make their name for themselves, because these cars are now they're going global, you know. Helped a lot of Mexican people build that name. But I mean, if you guys ever watch American Me is a really interesting movie. I definitely say you guys should check it out. It does show that Mexican people were always a minority that got picked on. Always, for whatever reason, any reason that we can get picked on. The Mexican people just have always been getting picked on since the '60s, homie. And it's like, I don't get why. It's not like we're out here acting crazy. People just want to come out here to work, you know. The Italians, they look more sophisticated and shit like that, but shit, them fools, them fools took America for a wild spin, you know. Took it for a really wild spin. Al Capone especially. Al Capone was fucking huge in his time. You guys don't understand how big that fool was. Al Capone was a major boss in the game. He even built fucking places out here. And this is somebody who grew up in New York, in Chicago. He even came out to Mexico. He built a government building in Mexico, in Ensenada, Mexico.
No, I'm not letting you erase stuff anymore. You took the eraser off my mechanical pencil, and now it's.
There's a lot of people who see it that way. A lot of people see it as like Tijuana's new. It's a new up and coming place. It's a land of opportunity now for a lot of people. And I'm kidding you not. You see a lot of different kinds of people out here. White people,
No.
black people, Chinese people, and they're all out here for the same reasons. They want to save their money. They want to live a life where they don't have to work fucking 14, 16-hour days all the fucking time. Where they can actually save their money and either go out and travel with their family or, just have a couple of days off. You see it. And there's nobody bothering them. There's nobody extorting these people. They're walking in and out freely all day long. And I mean, like what I'm trying to do with the channel is I'm trying to run into more expats and kind of get their story, like why it is they're out here. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of people are interested, like how many Americans are really out here living a normal life. Absolutely nothing to do with drugs. Absolutely nothing to do with organizations that are,
Will you stop
you
it?
know,
Jesus
criminally
Christ.
involved organizations. Like,
Stop.
they don't have to do none of that, and they're out here striving. And there's a lot of people like that. And shit, it's becoming normal. It's new norm, you know. And it's like there's no other country that you can really go to and fucking almost live like you're still in the United States. There's no other country. You can't go to fucking England and come back to the United States in less than an hour. Canada maybe, but I heard Canada's already cracking anyways. Like if you're up in Canada, why would you even want to come back to the United States? But even in Canada, shit, you guys don't even know, huh? The Vizzo family or the Rizzo family. And they still got Italian shit going on out there. They still got mob ties going on out there. There's still people are still getting hit in broad daylight. You know, four gunmen shooting them down. And it's like you guys don't think about that stuff. Cause the only shit they shove down your throats all day long is
I'm sorry. Go
these
away.
Mexican organizations, and that's it.
No. No. She keeps taking the freaking. I hate.
I think it's Rizzuto family. I think that's the name. The Rizzutos.
The eraser's off my pencil, and it's annoying. No. Go away. Shoo, go back to
And
home.
they're still active out there.
Shoo.
Montreal has mob power still. See? Yeah, and it's real and it's out there. And it's like stuff that's swept under the rug and people don't really talk about. But it's like all that stuff is it still goes on. You know, they're still paying politicians, they're still paying judges, they're still paying police. You know? And it's real, it's there. You know, and people just don't talk about it. And they're like, oh well, you know, Mexico's all fucked up. it's not it's not just Mexico, it's everywhere in the world. Why we get the finger pointed at us all the time, I don't know. You know, it's not just us. It's easy to point the finger and say, "Oh, it's them." I guess that's why they do it. I guess that's why, you know, you guys hear so much stuff about Mexico, but shit goes on all over the world. There's a lot of different organizations out there that are very powerful, that make a lot of money. There's a lot of corrupt politicians out there that are getting paid by these organizations to sweep shit under the rug for them. Like it's not just Mexico, but again, Mexico is probably the only place that you can go to, pay a really cheap rent, and then be back in the United States in an hour or less, depending on what day it is, what time of the day it is, or depending on what kind of pass you can get. You know, and I definitely say, you know, the American dream is still alive, but you got to live it a different way now. You know, and it's like really, you guys can have all the opinions you want, but that's not gonna stop nobody. People are still moving out here. People are still investing money over here in Mexico. You know, they got these fucking hotels all over the place. The Best Western, fucking all these inns that you see in the United States, they're all out here. Fucking Hilton hotels got a big ass hotel out here. Like you see all that stuff out here. And these are business people making, you know, millions of dollars. Like you as a regular person, you can invest. You can buy some property out here in Mexico or lease it. You know, you can lease some property out here, build some little apartments. They don't have to be the nicest ones, and you can cash that in every single month. Every single month you can cash that check. Boom, 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 boom. And you can charge it in dollars. You don't necessarily have to charge rent in pesos just because you're in Mexico. There's so many Americans out here that they actually prefer to rent from people, you know, that speak English and that they can read the contracts. What's up, Oregonian? How's Oregon this time of day? It's cold, huh? It's gotta be cold up there because it's fucking cold over here. But I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for people here. There's a gang of opportunity, and you don't have to be making, you know, $10,000 a month. If you're somebody who brings in a minimum of 4,800 bucks to 3,500 bucks, you can live a really good life out here. You can put some savings to the side, and you can buy some property. You know, you can build some apartments. What up, Stevie? Yo, Steven's my neighbor, by the way. Greetings from the Lone Star State. That's big Texas. We love Texas. Yo, shout out Texas. Like I said, if I could move to any state out there, would definitely be Texas first. I just don't like the weather, man. I'm not a snow person. I'm not a tornado person. You know. But they got it's all in big Texas. They got some really good steak out there, from what I heard. What part of Mexico you guys at? We're in Tijuana. We're just on the borderline. Just on the, they call it La Frontera. Cancun is still Baja California. That's just Baja Sur. Cancun is one of those. Cancun is actually just like here. I mean, it's such a big tourist spot that it is a little bit more expensive, but I mean, still cheaper than Malibu, fucking Long Beach.
Hey, probably get our
Still
order
cheaper than
before
that.
the incident happens yet.
I mean, as soon as you go to like the outskirts of the Cancun, as soon as you kind of leave the tourist hotspots, you kind of run into all the cheaper, all the more affordable stuff that the regular people live off of. And that's the thing is like some of these places they're all bought out. They're they're all owned by wealthy people, and the regular people live an hour to maybe 45 minutes away. But I mean, there's another dude I follow on YouTube. He actually moved to Oaxaca, and he bought land, and he started building like a little shed. Well, he started out that way, and now it's kind of turned into a little house. But he lives completely off grid, and out here in Mexico, if you wanted to live like that, if you wanted to live off grid, you can. Of water,
No.
shit. If you want electricity, you kind of got to find that out. But some people that live off a grid, they use solar panels and shit like that.
Chico.
Way cheaper than South Central. They got houses for rent out here, 4K a month. They want 3 times the rent and perfect credit score. Yeah, you gotta be earning. They want you to be making $12,000 a month on paper. 100% legally, 100% traceable. And it's like, who the fuck is making that every single month? Like, I get it. You might have a really good month where you make 16K, but on the normal, some of these companies are making like 8,000 bucks. You know, I met a couple people that have landscaping companies. They do really well for themselves. But again, there's expenses that go into all of this. Yeah, you could be making 12K a month, but they're probably spending, you know, six, right? So in reality, they're making six grand, right? But it's like 6 grand a month. Shit, you're paying $4,000 in rent. Now you got $2,000 a month left over, and it's like fuck. That's barely gonna get you food and gas. You're gonna spend shit anywhere between I don't know 1,000 to 1,200 bucks on gas alone. I mean, shit. If you don't drive a lot, if you're in an industry where you don't drive a lot, but in California, shit. I used to live in San Bernardino. I used to have to drive to LA for all the jobs. Most of the jobs we got were in LA, and I could easily spend 50 bucks in a day just on gas. 800 month plus 200 for expenses. Yeah, you can definitely live off of just like 1,500 bucks a month. You can live really good out here. You know, you can spend the weekends up at the beach, barbecuing with your loved ones, having a good old time, throw a little party, you know. There's no more working fucking 12, 16-hour days. It's just, you don't have to do it out here, you know. And especially being American, you got it made. If you're an American out here in Mexico, you got it really made because, like I said again, they do love American products. You know, there's a lady, all there's a gang of people. There's all this information out there that you can get from YouTube, that you can get from Facebook Marketplace, from Victorville to LA. Is that what the VV is? I know Victorville. I used to work at the Chevrolet up there. Shout out the Hill. But yeah, I mean, even shit, even rent out there. You used to be able to get a fucking house for rent in Victorville for like 800 bucks a month. Now they're like 15, 1,600 bucks, maybe even 2,000. Victorville's growing fast as fuck too, but it's expensive now too. You know, Victorville used to be a place where people would not go. You know, shit, even for me, Victorville was like a place I just didn't know of. But now there's so many people up that hill. It's booming. Like, I don't know what this was doing. He's just doing little circles out here. Get out of here, bro. Fuck, 4K for a fucking pad out in Victorville? Fuck that. Again, this is the desert up there. I mean, yeah, it's nicer now, but still, you got roads like you got roads out here. You got these. You turn on a street in Victorville, and all of a sudden it's just a dirt road. It's just a county ass road. It's not even taken care of. It's all fucked up, and it's like, what the fuck? But I got a homie, Dylan. That fool's lived out there for years now. He grew up in San Bernardino, but he got the house up there in Victorville. It's a nice spot. Don't get me wrong. But all the holiday that fool gets is out in LA. It's out in Riverside. It's a lot further. There's no work up there really in Victorville right now. It was Tweaker Central 2 years ago. I tried living there, but the drive was burning me out. And that's the thing is like to live somewhere affordable in Cali. It's like you got to go to places like that, you know. And that's how I grew up. My pops, we lived in San Bernardino again. Wake up at 4 in the morning, drive an hour and a half in traffic just to get to the job site at 5:30. You know, my pops is the kind of dude he wouldn't even take a nap. End of the day it's 2:30. You know, we're out at 2:30. We gotta drive 2 hours back in traffic. We're not at the house till 4:30. We left at 4:30, and we're not back till 4:30. That's a whole 12 hours in a day. Just burnt out, tired. You know, what the fuck else you gonna do? I mean, you really, really gotta have the drive. Like me, I was still trying to, sell something. I love to buy and sell cars, so I would still have a car that I had to do something to, or I'd probably have to meet up with the client, like, hey, my bad, it's like 6 o'clock, but fuck it, homie, I'm just getting home. I gotta work and I gotta flip cars just to make it out here. And it's like if we work 2 hours overtime, we're out at 4:30, and so if we leave at 4:30, shit, we're again. We gotta work. We gotta drive 2 hours just to get back to the house. There's a lot of people coming out of retirement just because that retirement money is not what they thought it was. And like this is where the system is failing the American people all day long, all the time. It's like the American dream is, your pension, your 401k is gonna take care of you, and that's just not the case no more. That money's just not. It's not taking care of them. It's not doing what it should. Which people are hitting that 60-year mark, and they gotta keep working. They gotta keep working because the money's just not enough. Bills are too expensive. The gas is too expensive. You got 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds working at fucking McDonald's when when flipping burgers back in the day was a teenager's job. It doesn't matter where you go, you can't escape the fucking taxes, the amount of money that we're paying for what it is. Like it just doesn't make sense. And again, like these fucking rules are changing all the time. Like, look, and this is how dirty it is. This is how fucked up the system is rigged. It's like it's meant for people with money. It's not meant for the working man. It's not meant for the blue collar guys working in trades. It's not meant for us. It's meant for the $1 million companies, and that's it. That's who's really taking advantage. Cause look, back in the day, you can get solar, right? And if you weren't using that much energy, you would get paid. And people started making so much money off of having solar panels. Guess what? Edison didn't like that shit. They started regulating and regulating and regulating. And people who got solar back then say it was worth it, but it's changed so much that it's basically the same shit now. People who are getting solar nowadays, they're not even seeing the money that the people who first originally got it. And that's how rigged the system is. I mean, it was like solar was supposed to be this money saving thing. And if you invested in solar and if you got these solar panels on your house that make your house look shitty, or it might even give you fucking leaks, you're going to be able to save money on your electricity bill. And Edison didn't like that. Edison said, no, fuck that. They kept bugging the government. They kept fucking bugging and bugging and bugging for regulations and regulations. And we got to change this and we got to change that because it's just not as profitable for us no more. And they got what they fucking wanted. Now people who install solar in their house, it's basically the same thing. It's like, fuck, I might as well just keep paying the electricity bill. And the electricity bill is a big ass scam. Like, fuck, how are you going to change the rates? During Christmas time, during the summertime, like all of a sudden it's like, oh, people use more electricity, so now we're gonna change the rates. It's a fucking, that shit's scandalous. Like, that's why I said there's gotta be regulations on all this shit. There's gotta be regulations on bills, on rents, on food. 10 years to 65, now I'm not sure security will be available to me. It might not be available to you. It just might not. Because they're changing fucking shit all the time. Like, they just keep changing the regulations, and all the money that's there, all the money that they take from us is not even being used to take care of us anymore. It's to take care of them. It's to pay for their big ass houses. It's like, honestly, I don't understand how these fucking politicians and people in power are getting paid millions a year. Like, where's all the... We know where all this money's coming from. It's coming from our taxes. But it's so normal to them, and it's all fucking... It's just generations of people taking that money and using it for their own stuff, and it's like, fuck. If you're not in that circle, you're just never gonna get in. Stocks and bonds are definitely something good to invest in. Always have been. I mean, I've always been a big fan of stocks, especially stocks that pay dividends. I from doing all the research that I've done, I definitely only buy stocks that pay dividends now. And all those dividends, I have them set to where they just reinvest themselves. So anytime I get dividends, whether it be 50 cents or $1, it gets reinvested into the same stock, and then that's how basically they call it, like, it's like a snowball effect almost. But I mean, you don't need a lot of money to put into these stocks. Robinhood is again, people have mixed feelings about these applications and how they, if they really work for us or if it's just another thing that's just like they're still gonna charge us for. I don't really know, but so far my Robinhood account has been doing really well. Even though I put a little bit of money into it and a little bit of money into it, the only thing that I've learned is to buy, dividend paying stocks. Definitely good. All these jobs are paying 15 an hour now. Cali is 25, which is still minimum wage. I know nurses who live check to check. Yeah, it's people just don't have money no more. Everybody's going broke. Jim Carrey went broke. He's coming out of retirement because he ain't got no more money. Like if Jim Carrey's going broke, damn. I wonder who else is next. Mike Tyson. Everybody's coming after homie now that he made a check, and it's like, damn, you fools didn't have nothing to say to this fool for years, but all of a sudden he makes a little check, and now you guys are coming after him. Travel at night, especially Texas, not friendly, especially to foreigners. Yeah, I heard there's a certain, they're called sundown towns, and there's like, one of my managers told me, he's like, there's a certain highway or freeway, in the states that you got to stay on, because as soon as you start deviating away from that main highway, you're just looking for trouble. Just because some of these places are, they still live in the old ways of life, and they're still very, very, very closed off from society, and their beliefs are just very strong in the old ways. But it's like people don't talk about this stuff because it's all swept under the rug. Again, people go missing all over the United States. Shit, I went up to Bakersfield and I ain't never seen so many missing posters in my life. And I was like, damn, motherfuckers are going missing left and right out here in Bakersfield. This shit is insane. The Walmart had a big ass wall just dedicated to missing posters. And I'm kidding you not, there's like 200 people on that fucking wall. And it's just crazy. And it's like people be like, "Oh, don't go to Mexico because you might turn up missing." Shit, don't go to Bakersfield, dog. You might just end up going missing up there. They got a lot of fucking fields out there in Bakersfield. I'm not kidding you. I don't know where the people are going, but I don't know if it's aliens taking them or what the fuck is going on. I used to sell solar. It's a scam now. Solar is a big scam. Stay away. Yeah, I mean, like I said, back in the day, before it really was a scam like it is now, people were actually making money from it. People were actually saving money from solar. But the way it's set up now is like, and because Edison was pushing for these regulations, it's like it's no money in it no more. Now you're just getting solar and you're kind of getting stuck with another bill. Government doesn't want us working for cash. They can track it. They want everyone using their phones and cards for spending. And that's straight up what they're doing. They're making it so easy for you to put your phone. I mean, for you to put your credit card on your phone. Now you don't even gotta walk around with your credit card no more. And they're trying to get rid of cash. That's why they're always trying to devalue the dollar as much as they can. Because they want to move from a cashless society. But that's a whole. I mean, we're talking about years ahead, but still, I mean, time passes every day, so years ahead in a blink of an eye, we're there already. The future ain't too far now. AI is getting up there. The way they say that the world is gonna turn into is gonna be run by robots and shit like that, but that's a whole different conversation. But there's just no hope for the working man no more. There's no more hope for blue collar guys making it. And I mean, if there's I seen it, 20-year-olds, 24-year-olds, they're working in these trades, and these fools are drinking fucking 3 Monsters a day, 2 Red Bulls, Like these fools are fucking dropping like flies left and right from fucking heart failure, from heart attacks, cardiac arrest, like all kinds of shit. By the time they're 30, 35, these fools are dropping like flies. 2030s SSI supposed to be broke down from Clinton to Trump, all them borrowed from it. Yup. Still got people other seas, straight up. Even as a Native American, this is loud as fuck. Damn, even as a Native American, you ain't making the money. That's crazy. I thought you guys got like a native check for like 4 or 5 grand a month. 200,000 people a year in America go missing. Where do they all go? Exactly. Who knows? Remember the old saying, live like no one else. Later you can live and give like no one else. Yeah, but a lot of people don't like to live under their means. Again, I was talking about this guy named Caleb Hammer, and he really goes into how Americans spend their money. And it's a lot of American people on there, and fuck, we spend our money like crazy, and they make it so easy to give you credit cards. And then these fucking credit card companies are charging 30% on a. It's crazy. You borrow $1,000 and you got to pay back. If you don't pay that money back, you got to pay them back $300 for borrowing $1,000. And then they got variable rates for some people, and then they just get absolutely screwed. Mexico is safe. Propaganda is big in the States. It definitely is. The propaganda is always getting pushed out there. I don't know why, but scary sells, I guess you could say. On the news, people are not paying attention to anything that isn't scary, and that's one reason I don't even watch the news really, is because it's just pushing always. It's like, oh, there's a problem. There's always a problem. They go into Humboldt County to work in the grows. I heard Humboldt isn't even safe no more, and I heard they're not even hiring regular people no more. I heard the Mexicans are hiring chinos to do all the dirty work for them up in Humboldt. I don't know how true it is. I don't know what the fuck is going on in Northern California, but I was watching them again. I was watching a podcast from a guy who actually goes up to North California, and he says that these Chinese people, they're straight up Chinese immigrants, and they're getting hired to just kind of guard the grows, right? And these fools got nothing to lose. I mean, they say they're having shootouts with the sheriffs and shit. And it's like fuck, and they don't, and now it's become such a problem to where they're turning a blind eye. Again, it's like they're turning a blind eye even in the United States, homie, because it's not that big of a problem for them to deal with it yet. Not enough people know about it and say, hey, you know what the fuck? This shit is all fucked up. Like, we need you guys to go take care of it. Hell no. Because the police, at the end of the day, they don't protect the serve no more. They never have. They always took the easy way. Shit, you guys got to do your history and look back to what the police were in the very beginning. They were Pinkertons. The Pinkerton police. New Mexico, I slowed down a little. No one is in a hurry there. Shit. I don't know much about New Mexico, but I watched Breaking Bad, and that shit was pretty interesting what was going on out there in Breaking Bad. Government doesn't give us nothing. We have to work and still they tax us. And they tax you heavily. You know what I'm saying? And they tax you on everything. They want all the kind of money that you make. If you win the lottery, guess who takes most of it? The government. If you win big at the casino, guess who takes most of it? The government. It's like, and then maybe you don't pay for it right then and there, but they know you got some money. That's why they ask you for your social and all this shit. And it's like you still gotta pay for that at the end of the year. And if you don't know how to work the system like Mr. Trump does, then you're just fucked. And nobody's gonna show you how to work the system because again, this is things that are passed down from generation to generation to generation. It's like Trump's dad taught him how to use the system and how to not pay millions of dollars in taxes. And now Trump knows. And guess who Trump is going to teach? Trump is going to teach his son and his daughters on how to do the same shit, just manipulate the system. But guess what? It's not like he's giving out this information to everybody because if he did, there would be so many people using the same thing. And this is what he was talking about when he was running against Hillary Clinton. And she was like, "Oh, well, Trump doesn't pay his taxes. Trump is like not the greatest American." He straight up called her out on her bullshit. He told her straight up, he's like, "Hey, your friends use the same fucking shit that I do to not pay my taxes." You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's all in a small group. There's this information out there. You can still get it, but they don't make it as easily available to everybody. The Asians got North California now, huh? The Chinese will take over the world or the electronic market. They're definitely already taking over. They were paid assassins. I was there for the last 4 seasons. It was filmed all over Albuquerque. Orale. It's funny now they're talking about taking away citizenship from kids of immigrants. A lot of us served in the military. That's what got me pissed off. I'd rather just go to Mexico and fight for them. Yeah, but that's the thing is countries are always gonna have their their ties, right? And Mexico and the United States are straight up neighbors along with Canada. And I don't think there's I think at the end of the day it's all political controversy, but they need each other to survive, really. Because at any time they try to flip the script on anybody, it's like they got to watch each other's back. So it's like, I'm happy to. Oh, look at that. Is that an airplane or is that one of them fucking big ass drones? My lady's gonna trip out right now. Babe, look at this. Oh, it disappeared. Oh, shit. Yo, that's crazy. It was a bright yellow light.
Yellow?
Yeah, it's
That's
just
an orb. There's drones and there's orbs. There's differences. So, oh my god, you gotta ask the chat if they know what they're doing.
that's
There's
crazy.
different.
What the
There's
fuck?
videos of the orbs shooting the drones down. I'm not even fucking lying to you. They're all over TikTok.
The homie Rooster says it was a drone. I don't know. That's just crazy. It was right there. It was on the fucking it was on the video and that shit just disappeared. It's not behind the pole. No, it's not behind the pole. That shit just disappeared, like turned off. That's a trip. I don't know what the fuck that was. That was weird. Yeah, I don't know what it was, dog. Look, there's another light there, but that's not what the fuck was out there earlier. The other one was like super bright yellow. That's a whole different light right there. I mean, it's not crazy to see lights out here in the sky because again, the border is just right over there. So they got helicopters, going side to side and left and right. But a bright ass yellow light like that, I've never seen, dog. Yeah, the other light was yellow and bigger. See, I'm telling you, that shit was a trip. I don't know what that was. I don't know. I've been looking for one of them drones or some shit because they're supposedly all over the place. So now I've just been kind of wanted to see one for myself. Investigate this shit. Homie, All Star Jerry investigate report. Tripping, there was no light there. Yeah, there was no light. Oh no, the little light that was it's there, just not as big. But yeah, I mean, as far as Mexico goes, I I don't feel not safe. You get me? I don't feel like people are watching me, like people are fucking jealous of me. Like no, it doesn't feel like that at all. The contrary, actually, I feel like people are more interested in like what am I doing out here and like why. And I do chop it up with my Uber drivers. I chop it up with people in the line. I chop it up with normal people out here, and it's like we're in Tijuana, but I mean they know what's going on. They the Uber drivers. Them fools talk politics out here. The Uber drivers. And when you straight up tell them like, yo, it's this expensive over there, they're like, oh fuck. No wonder that people are moving over here. I wouldn't fucking live over there either if I had to pay that much in rent. You know, it's like they're more understanding once you kind of explain to them like how shit is going on in the U.S. right now, how expensive it is. They're kind of more like, oh damn, I didn't know it was like that. You tell them if you talk about Skid Row, they can't even imagine it. That's how crazy it sounds to them. They're like, what? What do you mean? There's fucking 100 to 200 bums living in the fucking street with tents and shit. Like, that sounds crazy. That's not the America I know. That's that's the America I know, homie, and I seen it. They're like, what do you mean? There's fucking encampments of bums on the side of the freeway. They're like, yeah, homie, that's how it is out there. They're like, nah, there's no way. America's not like that. And it's like, yes, it is, homie. Yes, it is. There's bums on the street for 4 or 5 blocks, tents. Even in San Diego, dog. Even in San Diego, it's it's like Skid Row. It's like LA. They got whole families with kids living out there now. See, that's just fucking sad. Like, and that's normal to them, and that's how they're gonna grow up. Yeah, maybe those kids are gonna want more and probably work harder and do shit like that. But it's just it's just fucked up that kids are living like that nowadays, and it's just like, you know what I'm saying? The streets ain't no place for a kid. Like, fuck, all the shit that could happen to a kid out there is just it's just not right. But I mean, I wouldn't even say that the system is a place for the kids either, because they go into the system and then what? They disappear, never to be heard from again. Like that's just wild. These systems are all fucked up. And then I see some fucking wild shit on YouTube. Sometimes I gotta get the fuck off of YouTube just because all the shit that I see is just all fucked up. Like there was a guy whose house was infested with rats and fucking the rats chewed off the little kid's fingers, and it's like it was fucked up. But it was like people had made reports to CPS and shit like that, and they knew that the house wasn't nowhere for the kids to be, yet they didn't do nothing until this little kid fucking got his fingers ate off, and then finally they like now they took the kids away, and it's fucking sad. And it's just horrible. Like You try to get the system involved, they don't do shit, and then when they do, it's already too late. And then sometimes they do shit, and then these kids get lost in the system, and then there's no way certain families can get them back. And then when there is family who wants to take them in, the system is fucking. It makes it almost impossible for those people to get the custody of those kids. It's just a mess. And it's like people are always talking about, well, Mexico this, Mexico that. It's like shit. We got a lot of our own problems in the United States, a lot of them. And it's like they're always pointing on the news. You're always seeing some other shit that doesn't even involve the United States. And it's like, what the fuck? We got so many problems over here. That's what they should be taking care of. You still have scratchers on y'all chips. Scratchers on the chips, on the Mexican chips. I haven't seen those. The state is taking people's kids and selling them. They're taking those people's kids and they're selling them to the highest bidder. Sleeping in their cars at rest areas. Yeah, that shit is wild, dog. That shit is so wild to me. There's a lot of YouTubers out there that are literally living in their cars, and they get a lot of views and they get a lot of people to look at their life because people just can't imagine a life like that, but they're not too far away from it. You know what I'm saying? And I think they're interested in looking at those videos because they're trying to see, like, damn, can I live like that? If shit really gets even harder for us, can I live like that? That's why I feel like those YouTubers are so popular and people watch those videos a lot, is because people are not too far away from that themselves. They wind up on MC Island. It's messed up, but yeah. They wind up in places kids shouldn't be. I just saw a video today. Newsom was walking through Skid Row, and the guy was confronting him about kids getting taken from their moms, stuck in tents. Yeah, instead of helping these people, because there's all these abandoned buildings and shit in LA, instead of putting like the little families, people who are really at least trying or something, instead of giving them fucking jobs and giving them the resources, it just goes to the people who know how to work the system the best. Yeah, man, some people are just one paycheck away from just, or a car problem or a big accident away from just shit falling apart for them, and it's fucked up. He said, I ain't living in my car. I learned to speak Spanish and live in Mexico. Straight up. I mean, like I said, I was in San Diego the other day and this lady had her whole house in that car. And it's like, damn, if a small group of people just wanted to take all her stuff, they literally could. And then she'd end up with nothing. And that would be even sadder, but she's driving around with this, basically a house on top of her car everywhere she goes. And it's like, I wouldn't feel safe with all my belongings, all my personal belongings, like in a car. Like, hell no. People break into cars everywhere now. All the the child trafficking is young kids rebelling and run away with plugs who pimp them out. Yeah, I've seen some stories like that too. And it's fucked up because it's this fake lifestyle that's like you see it all the time everywhere. It's like it's a fake ass lifestyle. But people think that drug dealers is the way to be, and homie, I know drug dealers that are doing time now. They ain't trust me, they're nowhere you wanna be. They get 3 square meals a day and it's all shitty ass food and it's just all fucked up. I mean, if you guys know about TK, this fool, he made a popping ass song, and now he's just a kid rotting in jail, and it's sad because I mean this is a lifestyle a lot of people want to fucking idolize, and I mean I get it. I idolize the gangster stuff myself, but see, I I don't idolize petty ass little fucking house robberies. I don't idolize none of that shit. I idolize buying judges. I idolize being able to pay politicians. I idolize big moves. You get me? Like I said, Al Capone, Lucky Luciano. You go to the real mob days, and you go back and you see what big things these guys were doing and how they were playing the system. It's like that's what I idolized. I don't idolize all this little fucking, you know, selling a couple pills, running into somebody's house and fucking robbing it. Like, nah, that's all grunt work type shit. I idolize the bosses, big boss stuff. But again, it's like it's all out there for the people to. That's what they're pushing, anyways. That's the ticket that they're pushing, and it's really sad to see where these people really do end up at the end of the day. Like Lil Durk, Young Thug. These fools want to play gangster, and then they have all this money to fight the case, and it's like at the end of the day, they forgot that being the gangster is every single gangster ends up either dead or in jail. Every single one. There was only one gangster in history who made it out of the mob, and I believe that was Johnny Torrio. Getting into debt. 50% of Americans do not have $1,000 available for emergencies. And that's crazy because $1,000 really ain't shit for an emergency nowadays. If your car breaks down, shit, $1,000 is probably barely even gonna take care of that. Texas after the pandemic and we had those caravans flood Texas, came to Utah. Damn. We moved to Mexico. Yup. I live in Mexico now. Tijuana. And again, it's like I'm striving out here. It's crazy. There's a lot of business out here. There's a lot of money to make out here. And I don't have to do not one illegal thing. I don't have to do any dirty, shady type of business. Everything is clean money. Everything is away from organizations that, are out here. Like I don't have to mess with none of that. But again, I know how it works out here. A little bit of money does make the world go around out here. You can meet people that'll help you import items that American items. I mean, clothes, house goods, a whole car. You pay a little bit of money and they'll help you import your items legally. And that's where the money's at right now is in transportation. Like if you can bring American goods over here, you're you're set. You don't gotta really worry about having to work a job. That is gonna be your job, but it's more of entrepreneurship out here. You know, I mean, there's a ton of people though that work jobs out there in San Diego. Are local TJ sick of whites moving into the hood, changing the vibe? Nah, no, 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 no. See, that's Mexican people are not like that really. There are some that say that. Like I said, there's a lot of diversity between people, but the majority of people already know is like, hey, Americans are coming out here to spend American money, and without them, some of the Mexican people, some of the locals out here, some of the people who are stuck here with no visas. Without some of that American money coming through here, it wouldn't be doing this great. So I mean, there is that part that, yeah, they don't want them moving out here, but they're the other part who do understand how life really works, and everything is that the money makes the world go round, and they understand that, and they don't have a problem with it. Shit, they're like, fuck, bring your whole family out here. But it's like, shit, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding you. You see people from all parts of the world. I see people speaking French in the fucking line to go back to the United States. I don't know why they're going back to the U.S., but they were in the line to cross from Mexico back to the U.S. They're probably gonna catch another flight. But I mean, there's so many people that travel Mexico from all over the world because it's just we got nice weather, we got great food. You know, there's a lot of stuff out here. There's a lot of tourist areas out here, and I mean, fuck, if you're an American and you can set up basically like a tour, for American people, they're gonna want to go spend their money with you. Not only because you speak the same language, but they're gonna feel more comfortable because of that too. Is because you speak the same language and you can explain everything to them. They feel more safe. That's what a lot of people do out here is they take people on tours. Not every single person does, but a lot of people do. You know, and as long as you don't go out of the more generally populated areas, you're not necessarily gonna have issues out here with anybody. You know, people don't really people don't really mess with tourists. But my dude Stevie, he lives out here. He's been out here for a long time. He says it was the best move he's made. I've been here for 4 months, and honestly, so far, shit, I think it is the best move I made. Cause again, he has a point. It's half the price to live here. I mean, for $800 a month, you can live right on the border. You can live walking distance to the line to walk out for $800 a month. How much for a house out there? To buy it, it's gonna be around 80 to 60 grand. You can find $100,000 homes out here now, which are gonna be the nicer ones. But for an okay house, something really decent, livable, electricity, running water, and all that, 60 to 80 grand. But I mean, you can rent a house out here for like $1,200 a month, and I'm talking about a 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom house with 2 restrooms, with a pretty nice sized driveway. You can rent an apartment out here right next to the border from $500 to for a 1 bedroom with a decent sized living room and a nice kitchen, from $500 to a more upscale one for about $800. You're talking about 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a really large living room area, and that's to rent. And now, because there's so many expats, there's so many Americans living out here, you will find those apartments that are like $1,000, 1,200, 1,500 bucks, you know, and they're nice places. Don't get me wrong, they're really nice places. But I mean, if you're trying to save your money and really have your money work for you, you're better off just getting something comfortable, and that something comfortable is gonna cost you anywhere between 600 to 800 bucks a month. Shit, I had the homie help me move, right? and he had never been to the border. He's from Sinaloa, and he moved out here to TJ. He's a kid still, but he went up to my neighborhood over there in Otay, and he was like, "Fuck." He's like, "I never been over here. It's like it's so calm. It's so chill here. Like there's nothing going on. You know, it looks super nice. Like all this neighborhood, like this is nice." He's like, "This is where you live?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "This shit is nice out here, bro. Like it's calm. Like I'm pretty sure you never hear gunshots or nothing." I'm like, "Fool, you don't even hear gunshots where you're at. Like get the fuck out of here." She's like, "Yeah, you do. If I've been here in the fucking neighborhood for 3 weeks now, and I haven't heard no gunshots at all. You hear these loud ass pops, but they're just fireworks or some weird ass shit. There's nobody just shooting one bullet in this world nowadays. Like there's no way, but you do hear these loud ass fucking explosion type shit, but they're not gunshots. Cheapest I found in Texas was 2K. In Utah, you can find 3 bedroom basement. A basement. What the fuck? Yeah, that's wild. I ain't never been to Utah. I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, I don't like the cold. If it snows there, I don't go there. 1.3 million Americans living down here. I hope they don't deport me. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna start doing like the Obama administration did and just start, going places and start deporting people. Cause I mean, think about it. How much money would they lose if they just said, "Hey, all the Americans, you gotta leave"? Like, how much money would they lose? It would be too much. The economy, it wouldn't survive without all the Americans here, and it's been striving. The Mexican economy has been striving the last couple of years. I mean, if you've seen all the changes that have happened out here, all the new roads that they have out here, like they have toll roads out here, and they're really nice. These toll roads are really nice, and you can take these toll roads from the border all the way down south, and you're not gonna have no issues with nobody because these toll roads are. I mean, you're paying for that. You're paying for that protection. You're paying for that. You're paying for that nicer road, and they're not expensive. These tolls are like $7, $8. Mexico is number 14 in the world economy. Yeah, I mean, shit. It's. I never been to London, but I don't know what the fuck I would do out in British. I can't go to Britain and keep doing what I do. Like I'd have to live a whole different life. Like if you're from the United States and you really are looking to save some money, like Tijuana is the move. Not necessarily Tijuana. There's Rosarito. There's Ensenada. Ensenada, it's about an hour away, but I know people who live in Ensenada and they make a daily trip to the border just to go to work, and it works for them. And you can buy a piece of land in Ensenada with a beach view, uh, 8 by 20. They use kilometers. I don't know if it's kilometers. They use a different measurement system, but it's an 8 by 20 piece of land that you can buy for $7,500, and they already got water and electricity basically ready to get hooked up. Teach English in England. You could probably teach Spanish in England, and they probably will buy it up. They're renting out basements in Utah. Shit, I wouldn't live in a basement. Hell no. I'd rather live in Mexico, man. Above ground. Shit, I live on the second story. I used to live on the third story. I saw a guy living in a basement in Oakland. They had dirt floors the first time I visited. The second time they had concrete to ground. The walls were sheet in some areas. God damn. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure basements get cold as fuck. And if it floods, oh damn, you're fucked. 2,000 for converted garage studios. Oh, let me tell you about that, homie. We lived in Chino right before we moved out here. We were paying $2,000 a month, and the restroom was gross. It was only a one restroom. It didn't have no stove. Like it was just like the restroom would it had an issue with the shower had a problem. The water would get backed up. It was just like fucked up, and we were paying $2,000 a month for a back house. And it's like I get it, you know. It's like yeah, space and all that. The area we were in, like I get it. I'll pay the 2 grand a month, but fuck, like come on, lady, fix the fucking plumbing here. You know, make it a nice $2,000 a month home. Like this is, it's just she didn't reinvest none of the money that she was making into the place. And it's like if we complained, it was like, oh, well, you can go somewhere else. It's like what? That's how you're gonna act about us just like being, we're just gonna like anybody else, if I'm paying good money, I wanna live in a place where you're gonna take care of it and it's gonna be a nice place. But if you're gonna get all fucking, offended, like, hey, like, can you fix this? Oh, well, you can, you can go find something nicer. It's like, what? It's like, damn, you guys really are just taking advantage of the way shit is. But yeah, it was just a little back house, a little guest house, and then they still fucking cut off a piece of it because they still made another room for somebody else, and they were probably charging that person like $1,500. And this house, I kid you not, this lady had this house chopped up into like fucking 5 different living situations, right in Chino too. She had probably like 5 different families living there. She was probably collecting like anywhere between $6,000 a month to 7 grand in just rent. And still couldn't fucking reinvest the money to make the place a nicer place. It's just crazy to me. Out here, you can pay $800, get a nice spot, and if you really need to do something to it, fuck. I mean, at $800, I'm gonna fix this bitch up myself. Had to use a 5 gallon bucket to flush the toilet they put down there. It was something else. That shit is wild. That shit is wild. Yeah, and on top of that, on top of the lady not fixing up the place, like she still had all these crazy rules. And it's like, fuck, I pay $2,000 a month. I can't park here. I gotta live with your rules, and then I still gotta. Oh, and she was just. Oh, this lady was straight up come to the door and just open it. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? It's her property, so I can't just fucking slap her and tell her get out of here because she is renting it to me. But it's like, what the fuck? She had, she absolutely gave no fucks about privacy. I'm paying $2,000 a month, and she could just walk up into the place whenever she felt like she had a problem. This is crazy to me. Go cheap on the remodel, and they won't fix ish after. Not to mention, you have to park on the street. That's why I left Cali. Even working and hustling wasn't worth it. It's not. Southgate renting out a living room for 800 not too long ago. Yeah, fuck. Literally, people were renting out just couches. I I kid you not. I was gonna move somewhere in Chino. Well, I was looking for places to live, and I ran in like you see a bunch of posts everywhere, right? This Asian lady, she just happened to be Asian. Like I didn't choose her race, right? She just happened to be Asian. But I went there and I was like, okay, like I can do the $900 a month. Like I get it, right? but like I'm gonna bring my kid over here. And she's like, oh no, 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 no. Like you're not gonna live like the other guy. And I'm like, well, how does the other guy live? And she's like, oh well, he just works and comes home and stays in his room all day and just he's quiet. She's like, can you live like that? I'm like, fuck no. I'm like, fuck no. I was like, can I use the garage? Nope. Can I use the driveway? Nope. I was like, you fucking telling me you're gonna charge me $900 a month? And she literally had signs all over her house. She had signs on the door saying "Do not enter." Uh, It was, it sounds fucking crazy, but this shit is so real. Like this fucking lady has signs on the door that says "Do not enter." She had little tape on the floor, like literally you had to walk on her fucking trail that she made for you, go straight to your room. You can only use the room and the restroom, and that was it. And she wanted $900 a month, and I can't even take my kid over there. It's like it was fucking wild. This was way back then too. This was a couple years ago, and it's just like what the fuck. And people really live like that. People really live like that. And she's like, well, the other guy doesn't have a problem with it. I'm like, well, that fool's fucking. I don't know what the fuck kind of human being that fool is, but fuck that. I ain't gonna live like that. I was like, if I'm gonna give you $900 a month, fucking let me get my room. Let me get a little piece of the garage at least. You know, I'm a do-it-yourselfer kind of guy. I want to do my oil changes or something. But it's crazy how people live out there in California now. It's insane to me, man. And like, you really got to see it to believe it, but it's out there. People are really living like that. People are fucking. It's so expensive now that people are just renting people's couches to live on for like 500, $600 a month. You know, for a little simple room, you're gonna be paying anywhere for 700 bucks a month to rent a room, dog. A room. And have to share a bathroom with 5 other people is just crazy to me. Like you can move out here to fucking TJ, make American dollars in San Diego. Yeah, you're gonna have to give up a little bit of sleep, but at the end of the day, you're gonna have some money to save up. You're gonna have money to take your family out, and you're gonna have money to invest. And if you're an entrepreneur, if you're somebody that likes to hustle, there's just so much money to make out here. There's so many different things that you can get into, and you don't need to spend all this money on permits and all this stuff. You can only shower at 5 a.m. and 10 p.m. Man, they fucking they make, they make up all these crazy ass rules, and it's like I get it. You know, you're the main owner of the house, but fuck, shit, you expect people to live like this? And I mean, I get it. Some people really don't have nowhere else to go, and they're willing to live like that. But it's insane to me because even then, like they are taking advantage. They know they are. It's like all you're paying for really at the end of the day is like just a room and that's it, nothing else. And you're gonna be paying what you can be paying for rent out here for a 2 bedroom apartment with everything. You get a kitchen, you get fucking 2 restrooms, you get a whole ass living room, and you can pay the same thing you're gonna be paying for a room. Like I got a cousin. She went out to fucking fuck. Where the fuck does she live? Oh, Barstow. She lives in Barstow, and there's not a lot of good jobs out in Barstow. So she works like at the Panda Express and stuff like that. Like yeah, she's happy, but her house is way out there, dog. Like that's affordable, right? Like that's the only place I know where people can actually afford a house where they're paying maybe 1,200 bucks a month. But wow, fucking Barstow, homie, you gotta drive Hours. I have a homie named Giovanni. He used to drive out to San Bernardino to go to work, and he lived in Barstow. And I told him, homie, why the fuck do you live in Barstow? He's like, well, I got a whole house, and I only pay $1,000 a month. And I'm like, whoa, that doesn't sound too bad now that you say it like that. But fuck, how long is the drive? Oh well, it takes me like an hour and a half to get here. I'm like, fucking shit, you know. But he's like, but I'm paying $1,000 a month for a house. It's like, yeah, I get it, but I never paid more than 1,500 a month. My boy said that lady was worse than his mom with rules. Yeah. Yeah, these people give you some crazy ass rules. And then you got 4 or 5 other people living there. It's like you can be living with some weirdos. You can be living with some thieves. Like, fucking shit. You don't know who people really are. I get it. Everybody's in the same boat at the end of the day. But shit, I wouldn't. I just don't. See, I trust people, but I don't trust them too much when I'm not there. You get me? Like if I'm in person with you, like I'll trust you, but I can't just leave my stuff around people. Like it's just not in my blood to leave my stuff around people. We have 3 bedroom, 3 bath with a balcony. Is it a complex or a resort? I'm pretty sure he has a house. The resorts. See, there are privadas out here, which are private community homes, which are basically fenced off. They're controlled by security. You got to pass through a security guard to get in. A lot of people are willing to pay for that just because it gives an extra sense of security. But at the end of the day, mm, it just depends on how you are of a person. See, if you grew up in the neighborhood, in anywhere in fucking LA, anywhere in San Bernardino, like if you grew up in a neighborhood, this shit really ain't nothing new. This shit is all basically the same thing. If you grew up kind of in the ghetto, this you can you'll make it out here easy because you already got those survival skills. People who grew up in the neighborhoods, they got these survival skills. They know how to look over their shoulder. They know how to who to look out for and keep your eyes on everything at all times. It's like you already kind of that's so natural to some of us that we don't even think about it, you know. And it's like, well, I kind of already take care of myself all the time, anyways. Like I'm always looking over my shoulder. I didn't just come over here and I started doing that. I already had that. I already had that in me. That's how I grew up. I grew up always looking over my shoulder. Making sure that fools are they're keeping their distance, and if they're getting close on me, I'm about to start pressing too. It's like, yo, what's good? Like, can I help you? Oh no, well, keep it pushing. Like, I'm not a confrontational person, but obviously you pay attention to what's going on around you, especially when you're from out there. It's like, hey, can I help you? Like, what do you want? You're a little too close to me. I'm cool with that. My wife is white. I'm Mexican and grew up in LA, so don't bother. She's not about that life. Yeah, but I mean, even like I'm telling you, my homie Tristan, he's he's a white boy. He makes it out here. His wife's a lot younger than him, and she doesn't. I don't know anything about the girl really, but she doesn't seem like she's like grew up in the ghetto really, but she doesn't have no problem out here. At least when my wife was talking to her, she didn't really make it seem like she ever was scared to be out here. Did she?
So she's a little scared to go out by herself.
Yeah, but I mean, girls already are already always scared to go out by themselves. Anyways, you hear these like you see these exaggerated TikToks of
It's just
a
new.
guy
It's
was
just
following
new to
me
us. Is
or
what it was.
something or like
It just feels new to us being in another country. Is that's how it feels like we are in another country.
yeah, but I mean you've seen these
That's what it
videos where the girls exaggerate and there's like a dude in Walmart or something. They're like he's following me through the different
Yeah,
aisles
you see a lot of that.
and it's like it happens everywhere in the world really like that's why like I try to tell my daughter like you always got to be careful. You know, I'm not. It's not that I'm. It's not that I. It's not that I think that she needs to live scared. It's just the way my dad taught me is always, always, always be aware of your surroundings. That's what my dad always pressed on me. He's like, always pay attention to what you're doing and to what's going on around you. And that's how I grew up. And it's normal to me. It's like I already do pay attention to what goes on around me, you know? You can't always see everything that's gonna come towards you, but I mean if you're already somebody who's always looking out, who's always paying attention, you're gonna catch most of the shit before it even happens. Street smart. I grew up in Huntington Park and went to TJ a few times. Went for the Chinese food at Hong Kong with the homies. It wasn't bad. In the tourist areas, the cops are the ones who want their mordida. Yeah, this food calls it mordida too. That's the same everywhere. I had to run up on a tweaker in SD for that shit. My wife thought it was like narcos out there. I told her that's a show in real life. They don't mess with civilians. It's not good for their business. And it's really not. You know, that just brings a lot of unwanted attention.
Yeah.
It's like a gang member killing a cop. It's like it's just a lot of unnecessary attention, you know? 9 times out of 10 they're gonna get rid of that vato. You know, but like I would definitely say it's just the propaganda that's been pressed onto people. That's the thing. Cause like I said, there's so many working class people out here. There's kids that walk to school every morning. You see them. They're about 8 to 10 years old walking to school. You know, these kids already know how to navigate themselves on the bus and things like that. And I mean, again, people come up missing everywhere in the world. I mean, there's just these horrible stories you hear about on the news and just on YouTube. I mean, they're everywhere. All these stories you can't escape them. It's just there's so much news available to us nowadays. It's like fuck, we can't get away from it, you know. And sometimes we go down this rabbit hole of stories, and it's like a little girl in fucking I don't know what state it was, but her cousin was supposed to walk her home, and then her cousin takes her to the wood and stabs her to death. Like what? Like horrible shit like that. You get me? It happens like that everywhere in the world, but there's so much propaganda pressed about Mexico. It's just people are scared to come out here. You know. Husameten amanyandakanakar. Hey, can you find me a fat ass wife, bro? She need. Nah, fool, this ain't 90 Day Fiance, dog. This ain't Jerry's Love Connection Network. You can find a wife anywhere you want to go, bro. You gotta spit game. Why does she have to be fat though? I don't know why you have that as a fuck. That's the whole point of Yeah, that is the whole point right there. The news is just to keep people scared and inside and locked up. Unlike them big 250 all good. That's why you have a bad back right there, my boy. 250 is too much weight for that back. You're gonna have hip problems when you're older. It can cook. But yeah, honestly, the American people are just too scared. There's too much propaganda. Like, honestly, they should come out here and check it out for themselves. I mean, you don't necessarily have to speak a lot of Spanish because we're already so close to the border that a lot of these people speak English. They hear English phrases all the time. So if you have a question or anything like that, 8 times out of 10, you're gonna be able to get your question answered. We're in Mexico, Tijuana. Stevie said it best. TJ. But I mean, fuck. The beach is 45 minutes from where I live, which is closer than what it was from San Bernardino to the beach. A mega torta. Oh, shit. There's torta and there's mega torta, homie. This was said. Give us the XL. Northern Baja, California. Yeah, Cerritos. We have a lake out here. It's called Lake Tijuana. No, yeah, it is La Presa. Well, La Presa is Puerto Peñasco. That's a little bit more east. That's out on the east side by Mexicali. Look at this who's dumb face. Get him off my bed. You have the Benjamin bed? Let me see the pen. But I mean, there's a lot of people who do like my boy Stevie. He works a remote job. Well, actually, he has to go out to look at some of the stuff. But there's a lot of people who do remote jobs that can work from home and that get paid pretty nicely. You know, again, you don't have to make a ton of money out here in TJ. If you can make $3,500 a month, you're good. You can keep your bills way under 1,000. Food out in the markets is is really cheap. A lot of deportees, a lot of people who get deported. There's a gang of those too. There's a gang of people who have been deported over the last couple 10 years. They grew up out in California. They know everything about California. They know all this English. They're Americans at heart. They got deported because they got in a fight with their wife, and then they found out they were Mexican, and then they got deported, or they got a couple tickets, a couple speeding tickets, and then they went to jail, and then they found out they were Mexican, and then they got deported. And those fools, they work in like call centers. I met one. This fool's name was Angel. This fool was a homie, straight up. Bald headed fool. But he's a barber out here. And he said when he first got deported, it was a hustle, but then he got into cutting hair and he's been doing good. And because he speaks English, he's able to he's able to get a lot of that American clientele and just make them feel more comfortable, you know. And it's helped him out, but when there's a will, there's a way. A lot of people pick up a hustle and then they just kind of take off. Food tastes better out there. Phone support for computer It's fresher, less pesticides and steroids. Definitely less pesticides and steroids. The food is not gonna last you as long in your fridge, but I mean that's because there's no fucking GMOs. There's no shit like that in your food. So I mean your food is not gonna be as fresh as long, but I mean the food is fresh when you first get it out here. But since there's no like steroids in it and no preservatives and stuff like that, it doesn't stay fresh forever. You get me? But Popotla, there's a city called it's a beach city called Popotla. It's very small. It's right underneath Rosarito and Punto Azul, and it's got these green arches, and you can miss it really, really easily. You can miss the Popotla really quickly. It's super small, but literally, you drive into Popotla and you almost drive onto the beach. And in Popotla, there's little boats. They call them pangas. They're just little boats, little fishermen boats, and they're literally just bringing in fresh shrimp, fresh crab, fresh lobster, fresh. And so you're buying it while it's still alive. Some of this food is like super fresh that it's still alive. They're bringing it onto the beach. They're throwing it on tables, and if you can go buy, because it's again they use the metric system out here. You can go buy a kilo of shrimp, of lobster, of whatever it may be. The homie had this big ass lobster. I'm not even kidding you. It was a fucking big ass lobster. It was probably the size of my torso. It was a big ass lobster for 30 bucks, bro. For 30 bucks. You buy the whole ass lobster for 30 bucks and you get them to cook it for you. They'll hook you up. They'll make you fucking beans and rice, fresh tortillas de harina. Oh my God, bro. I'm already getting hungry just talking about it. But fresh, fresh seafood. They make it for you right there. They prepare it for you, and it's super cheap. Just join the organization. They pay good money. Yeah, I wouldn't. I'd advise against that. You don't want to work. It's because at some point you're not even gonna have a choice no more. It's like they take that shit away. They take the choice away, and then they're just stuck working. Chicken tastes better down there too. See the chicken. The way they make chicken down here is they make it on mesquite. Like a lot of these places, they have a like they it's like barbecue chicken almost all the time, and they make it on mesquite, so it gives it this really nice smoky flavor. Oh fuck! And a lot of people are jumping onto the mesquite trend. The homie already knows. The black homie knows. He's been using mesquite for a minute, and that's what they use to cook out here. They use a lot of mesquite because it gives the food a really smoky flavor. But fuck, I kid you not, dog. You can get a whole chicken, a whole family dinner, a whole chicken, macaroni salad, like kind of like a white people type macaroni salad, fries. What else? Beans and rice. It's a spot called Pollo Asil. It's kind of like a pollo loco, and the whole meal costs about $3.59. So that's about $15, 16, $17, $17, and you got enough food to feed a family of four. And we give all the leftovers to our dog. So it's really us four, and the dog eats too. And it's good food. It's really good food for $17. Fuck, fool. We went to fucking Popeyes the other day, homie. I got 2 chicken sandwiches, a side of fries, and 5 chicken strips, and it came out to $36. 30. I didn't even get a drink, homie. It was 2 chicken sandwiches, a side of fries, and fucking 5 chicken strips. And then I asked that fool, I was like, hey, how much are the chicken strips? He's like, oh, they're $14. I was like, yeah, get rid of those, homie. And then that fool actually ended up being pretty cool. He ended up shooting me the chicken strips. But then guess what? My kid didn't even like them. They were ass. They were straight up ass. I even tried to eat them afterwards, I was like, no wonder you didn't eat these fucking chicken strips. They suck. $40, and it wasn't even half the food we got. Why is it gotta be white people style macaroni? I don't know. That's the only people I know that eat that shit. Really, the black homies be eating macaroni and cheese. Three type of cheese, macaroni and cheese. 12 of us got ceviche and chelas. I think we spent 150 for all of us. Yeah, it's cheap out there, man. Towards that way too, it's a little bit cheaper. I heard that miners pay good money for translators. I don't know what kind of miners you're talking about, but translators probably. I mean, there's literally an English school around the corner from here. You can literally pull up and start teaching people how to speak English. Like, there's a hustle for everybody out here. And people, especially since we're on the border, people want to learn how to speak English. We have a choice to hustle and go out there and join some organizations, just end up in the worst situation. Not the move. Yeah, it's definitely not the move. Cause yeah, it's just not. Cause I mean, yeah, it's just not even something I like to talk about. Cause it's not even. That's not what I try to promote on this channel. On my channel, I try to promote hustles that anybody can get into, and I try to promote hustles that are 100% legitimate. Cause I already been there. I already done that shit. I could talk about that shit. I don't. I choose not to. Cause it's like it's not what I try to promote. My homie's doing 10 years right now, and it's like that was my boy, dog. That was my boy, and it's like he's stuck now. I can't get. He can. He got bail. He can't get out. And it's like in the beginning, we try to figure it out, and it's just there was so many people against him because they were scaring everybody with time, and people aren't who they say they are at the end of the day. It's like once you start hearing how much time you're gonna go to jail for, people switch up like that so quick, just boom. It's like I'm gonna do 7 years in this little ass box. Oh no, I'll tell you everything. So it's that gangster life. I don't even try to fucking press it no more. It's not the life anybody wants to live. Because at the end of the day, you're either gonna live a really short life, you're gonna end up in a box, and it's just an ugly life. I mean, there's just so much bullshit involved with it. It's just not even worth talking about. Like the homie Tristan got caught up in some shit with us, and he's not even about that life. He's never acted like he's been about that life. But just because he was hanging around me and the other homie, he got caught up in some shit that he never even wanted to be in. And again, it's like I don't talk about that shit because it's not something I'm proud of, and it's not even something to brag about. It's not. It really isn't. Because when you get put in those situations, homie, where it's like life or death, trust me, you're gonna be like, fuck, I really am. I really am happy to be alive. I really do like to live, and I like living a normal life. So I don't even try to push none of the organization stuff. I don't even try to push that gangster stuff. It's not worth it. It's not worth your time, and it's not worth your fucking. It's not worth it in the end. It really isn't. Like I said, homie went from having everything in the world. He's making 10 grand a week. He's got everything. He used to he used to pull out the money just to dance in it. It was fun times, dog. It was good times. It was funny stuff that we did. And at the end of it, he's doing 10. I'm thankful that he's so solid that I didn't have to do nothing, right? I didn't no time, no courts, no nothing for me. Like this is how grateful I am to have somebody like him who was solid like that, and took an L for everybody. But it's like that's why I don't push it, because at the end of the day, I could be right next to that fool. I could be right next to that fool right now if he just decided to switch up and just be like, you know what, it wasn't just me. you know. And at the end of the day, I'm still paying for that foolish mistake. It's like, still got to take care of the homie. The PRI, I don't know if the PRI exists anymore. $100 the last time I went for chicken, fed a crew of 4. God damn, yeah, KFC out here is expensive. So KFC out here is just like in the US. You might as well not even go there. Groceries, we're averaging 300 a week. Yup, that's right. 300 a week right there. Popeyes is expensive here in Detroit. Fucking shit. Hey, shout out Detroit. 8 Mile. It's white macaroni salad. Straight up it is. What part of Mexico you guys at? We're in the. You know what, Stevie? I'm gonna make you an honorary. Let me see here. Moderator. There we go. Once those football numbers come up, 99% switch up. Yep, straight up. You can make more hustling legally. 100%. Fucking shit. Nah, we were talking about a lot of stuff, but damn, 4 stories is a long way. Trying to find some drones. No, but we did see some crazy shit earlier. W Sheen. Whereabouts in Mexico you guys at? TJ. So they don't tell the youngsters the only thing in life is graver in jail. Straight up. Who runs the banks in America that just put us in this situation? That's what they do, man. But I don't know. It's like I'm all for the working man. 100% give props to them, man. Like blue collar jobs, people who do that, I give them so much props because it's not easy to wake up every day at 4 a.m. to get to a fucking job. You got to work for 12 hours. You know, it's not. And I give so much props to that. But me, myself, and I couldn't be that. That's how tough that shit is. You get me? I couldn't do that. But it's like I'm somebody who likes to work. Una cobija? Damn. La neta no. Sí, sí tendría, se lo juro que le daría una, pero no. Ahora, buenas noches. Damn. That fool just asked me for a blanket, and we just got new blankets. We literally threw the old ones out. I'll hook that fool up, but I don't got no blankets to give him. My girls need them. The next bailout is coming soon. The car and housing industry are gonna cause it. Honestly, I wouldn't doubt that the car industry really fucked up a lot of shit during COVID. San Francisco Bay Area is the new India. Let me tell you what happened with these cars, man. I'm gonna be straight up from somebody who was in the industry from 2019 to now and watching the market crash. If you bought a car from 2019 to now, actually to the beginning of 2023 is kind of when it ended. You're upside down. You're upside down between 5 to 10 grand on your car. I saw people rolling negative equity into cars. It's just so insane. But it's the consumer mindset. Again, it's like it's only it's only so much we can blame ourselves for. It's like if we were raised, watching all this shit happen in front of us and watching people do this stuff and people allowing it to happen, it's just a mess. But people were rolling negative equity into cars. People were pulling out cars. People who had never paid a 10% interest rate loan because interest rates were so fucking sky high. These people who had never had a 10% in their life, they got a 10%. and even they don't know how the fuck that happened. But now they're paying too much for a car that is losing value every single day, and it's losing it so fast. And you can't trade in negative equity. Yes, you can. With a little bit of money down, yes, you can. It doesn't necessarily wash it all out. See, the trick, this, what they explained to me is the trick was you got to keep it under a threshold, and you can definitely roll some negative equity into your new loan. But as long as you keep it under a certain amount, and if you use rebates and shit like that, it kind of makes it look. It see what they do is they would add a ton of shit everywhere, and kind of what the banks would be missing is that they're looking at all these numbers and they kind of get lost, and then they would miss some of these numbers. They were rolling negative into another loan. So they would owe still about 5 grand on this car. Now they're buying this other car with a markup and a couple added adjustments because they got the 3M fill protection and they got all this and all that. And again, as a salesman, I wasn't in charge of what is getting sold and what's getting added onto these cars. I'm there just to work a job just like anybody else. But the way I work is I rather work with, like I said, my head than with my body and general labor. Like I do a different kind of work. I'm more of a networking kind of person, and it is. Trust me. Oh, trust me. That shit is it's a workout. You got to be very patient with a lot of people. A lot of people test your patience. And they're doing it because they just want to see what kind of person they're dealing with at the end of the day. They were saying the car business, you got to be a chameleon. You got to adapt to every single person, and it is very true, and it gets very tiring very fast. Like you got to listen to these people's problems, and it's kind of like they don't even pertain to the purchase. They don't pertain to anything, and they're venting. And you're just like, God damn, like I could be a therapist, you know? I should be charging you $300 an hour. You want to tell me all your problems and shit, but but you don't. But it was very it's very draining. It's very mentally like challenging. And then again too is like when you have moral ethics and you don't feel good about some of the deals you're giving to these people, you know, it's hard to sit there and just kind of let them make a bad decision. But if you let them walk and you let them leave, it's like now you got to deal with your managers and you got to deal with their bullshit. Like, oh, why'd you let them leave? Oh, motherfucker, you leave with them. Fucking next time they fucking leave, you go with them. And then it's like it's a fucked up industry. But that shit is work. Them motherfuckers do not care. But at the end of the day, it's like these people knew that they were making a bad decision and they still fucking went with it. And it's like, what? It's like, what the fuck are you doing? And these people, like, even some people I would tell, like, you know what, you're just better off keeping the car that you're in. Like, it's not a bad car, it's not fucked up, it's a little old. But, like, why do you want to get a more expensive car that has this big ass screen, but your payment is going to go up 2 times? Like, and then you're not thinking about your insurance, and it's like, and I would try to talk some people out of it, and they don't not give a fuck. It's like they wanted it even more. It's like I'm It's like I was fucking. It's like I was telling them like you're broke, you can't afford this, and they're like, no, I can't afford this, Jerry. I want this, and I'm gonna have this because I deserve this, Jerry. And I'm like, no, like you're good. You got some nice shit already. You're already more than halfway of paying it off. Like, why are you gonna fuck this up? And they're like, no, I want that new screen. I want that new 2024 screen. That shit is big. I need a big screen like that. And they got this big ass iPhone already. And I'm like, what the fuck? You don't need that shit. And they're like, yes, I do. And then some people, the more I would try to talk them out of it, the more they wanted to take that shit home. And it's just weird. But that's just how some people are. And that's telling you that consumer mindset is just engraved into some of these people. It's just in us. It's in our bloodstream. It's like we can't fight it. They add on old debt onto your new loan. They do. The paint protection package. It was all a scam. And then customers literally knew. Some of them literally straight up knew, like, yeah, this shit is fucking bullshit. I'm not paying you $1,500 for this $1,000, or I'm not paying you $1,500 for this $100 fucking plastic film on my car. And it's like, okay, sir, if you don't want to pay, and this is straight up management telling us, like, if they tell you that, just go ahead and tell them to go look somewhere else. And it was like, fuck. It was like literally they have the right to not sell you a vehicle if they don't want to. Like, people will straight up say, well, I'm not gonna pay for it, and then the fucking manager will straight up will be like, oh well, we don't have to sell you this vehicle, for what you want it for. Like, at the end of the day, we have the right to deny business with you if you don't want to pay. So it's just, it was fucked, especially in the beginning when there was no inventory. Now that there's so much inventory, the market has flipped three, a whole 180 again, and now cars are super fucking cheap, and you got all these fucking rebates, and you got people paying $100,000 for a truck that the buddy just bought for 80 grand, and he's like, wait, what the fuck? How did you get this truck for $80,000? And I'm paying fucking 100 grand for mine, and it's only been like a 6 months, 7 months difference, a year. It's like, what the fuck? People are getting upset, but it's like, it's people already knew it was gonna happen, but again, like, some of them just didn't care. Dodge got used to selling markup prices to young dumb people, and now they're in the brink of bankruptcy for the same reason. That, and they move over to Stellantis. From what I heard, Stellantis is just a pain in the ass to work with as far as with warranty and things like that. A lot of the companies have moved away from mechanical engineering as far as like the engines being good, the transmissions being solid and shit like that, to everything being electronic and just technology based. How much technology can we throw into this fucking car? We want it to drive itself. We want it to stop by itself. We want it to save so much gas that it turns on and off by itself. I mean, we want it to have the best GPS system in it. Like, that's what they're moving towards. They want to make these things like fucking drivable iPhones, and they're just moving away from the reliability that has kept them alive for so many years. The 350, the Chevy 350 was like the best engine. Then the LS, and then slowly but surely they started making shit transmissions for Chevy. And I'm a big Chevy guy. My dad is a big Chevy guy. We have fucking all of our vehicles are Chevys. The only other vehicle brand that I would go with is a Toyota. And like, I'm a fan of Volkswagen and Audi now because of my uncle, but really I still know those are fucking problematic cars. But a Chevy and a Toyota, that's what we like to rock with because they're the most reliable vehicles. Again, my dad's a big Chevy guy, but my wife is more on the Toyota side. But again, it's like Chevys are known for these reliable engines, reliable transmissions, trucks and cars that would last you 300,000 miles. That's what you would get back in the day. Now, a fucking Chevy Cruze with 100,000 miles it's got turbo problems. The Chevy Cruze obviously is discontinued, but now you're talking about brand new Chevy Tahoes and Silverados and Suburbans with fucking fucked up lifters and bad cams. And just, I mean, I get it. It's all the new technology that they're trying to throw into it, but I mean, fuck, it just, none of it worked out the way it should. I used to work at Champion Dodge. Hold on, I don't know where Champion Dodge is at. She didn't care about the 25% interest rate and the $1,200 payment. Yeah, I'm telling you, some people wanted that shit. They didn't care what they had to pay for it. $1,200 a month for a Tacoma. Holy fucking shit. Hopefully you got the TRD Pro. Nissan is going bankrupt in the next few months for their cheap ass cars. Nissan is they're so stupid. They had some nice designs like the 510 that they were supposed to bring back and they never made. I'm honest, I wouldn't pay 1,200 for a car. I'd rather just buy a bucket and stack up and hit a Manheim. Yes. See, a lot of people know about auctions, but they still I don't know what it is. People don't like thugging it out. That's what it is. People just want something nice right off the bat, and they want to pay dirt cheap for it, and then they end up paying in the long run. You are a Trump supporter, 100%. But at the end of the day, just like Hustle Harder says, doesn't matter who you vote for, it's all the same shit. It really is. You're the classic person likes Trump and Trump talks shit about Mexicans and you support because Trump is against immigrants. So if you're an immigrant in Mexico, I am an immigrant in Mexico, but I'm a Mexican American. Both of my parents are Mexican, so guess what? The president of Mexico made it super easy for people like me to get a double nationality, And I've been coming out here for fucking damn near 10 years, and it's not a stranger to me. And this is again, my parents aren't from TJ. My parents are from more down south, but again, I'm a first generation born Mexican American. Like, am I supposed to hate Mexico just because I was born in America? It sounds goofy as hell. They all work for the same Israeli team in the American politics. I believe that. Let's fucking go Trump Oz all day. See, and like, again, Trump is talking about bad Mexicans. It's like I can talk about bad white people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying all fucking white people are bad, but I could talk about bad white people. I could talk about bad Asian people. I could talk about bad Italian people. You know what I'm saying? But then you guys want to take something little and just make it so big. Like, oh, he's talking about all the Mexicans. No. And some of the people he's talking about aren't even Mexican now. They're just Hispanic. People, but people forget that there's other Hispanics out there because Mexico is right next to you guys. I mean, right next to us, I guess I could say. You know, there's Hispanics in fucking El Salvador. There's Hispanics from fucking Guatemala. What else is down there? Peru, motherfucking Venezuela. Like, those are the main problem right now. Like, Mexican people do not like Venezuelans. They know they're the ones out there fucking it up, and they look just like us, and they're making it hard for motherfuckers. Because we look the same. But it's like, they don't like that shit either. All the tax money goes to them in Ukraine, straight up. Nissan transmissions are trash. See, I got a homie who fucking has a Nissan Sentra, and he swears it's the best car he's ever had. I don't fucking get it. Like, he fucking loves that shit. And then I bought a Ford Focus to flip, and he's like, don't Ford Focuses have bad transmissions? And I'm like, what the fuck? You drive a Nissan Sentra and you're telling me that you hear that these shits have bad transmissions? I'm fucked. I flipped the car to some Venezuelans, but hey, modern cars are cheap. I went through water at a stream, fucked up my horn on my 2020 Denali Ultimate. Yeah, that's nothing. I went through a fucking puddle in my 2014 Subaru BRZ and I fucking flooded the engine. Hustle hard on the whole system is a joke. I figured this bullshit out. Toki Ghost. He's not against immigrants, he's against illegal immigrants. Get out right. No, I went to fight in Iraq and Afghanistan just for these people to give it back. Shit. Hey, shout out Hustle Harder. Thank you for your service, homie. People don't talk about the shit that you guys gotta go through. I had a homie who had an uncle who had PTSD, and literally this fool would he would be sleeping on the couch and just start freaking out, and it would be scary. I was smoking weed with this fool like at 17 with like a 30-year-old dude. But because I already knew how to get good weed at 7. I was the one smoking this fucking old ass guy out. But he had some crazy ass stories and I'm like, fuck, homie, I could not imagine that. He's like, look, one day I was in a Humvee and right in front of me, fucking 50 feet away, the fucking Humvee blows up and I was supposed to be in that fucking Humvee with my homies. And some shit happened that I ended up in this other one. And I fucking seen that shit that day, and nobody in that Humvee made it. And it's like, whoa. I'm like 17 years old. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not going to the army. I'll fucking stay here in San Bernardino. Fuck it. I don't like it here, but I'd rather be here. When Trump said Mexico send the bad people, the worst, build the wall, and Trump supporters are so broke they have to hire Mexicans to work in their houses. There's a lot of Mexican Trump supporters. Oh, this is something that you have to see in the community, you know? And this is something you have to be in the community to see, right? I kid you not, everybody was like, oh, Trump is a racist. Yes, when Trump first came to office and he was running for presidency the very, very first time, there was all this fucking anti Trump shit, and all the Mexicans were like, yeah, fuck Trump, fuck Trump, fuck Trump. Guess what? 2 years into Trump's running, all the same people that were like, hey, Trump is a racist, Trump is this, Trump is that, they're all like, hey, you know what? This fool Trump isn't that bad. Hey, you know what? I would vote for this guy. The same people that were saying they don't like him. After 2 years, they were like, hey, you know what? This guy's not that bad. Canada's gonna start cutting their border patrol staff by 85%. Trump's gonna send them all to Canada just like it was in 2016 to 2020. Shit. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Ain't no telling what's really gonna happen until we get there. We're all American genius because America is a continent. We don't live near Italy. Nowhere near Italy. You're right about that. But they're here. There's a big ass fucking community of Italian people, Chinese people. Like we don't have to live near these continents, but they're here, homie. There's a lot of them here. This is the guy who lives in TJ. Second gen Mexican American here. My family is from San Luis Potosi. I don't know where that is. You're dumb. People are really still falling for that propaganda. Keep them focused on random bullshit while they're all broke. I would live in Mexico. It's beautiful, cheap, and damn good food. OBS Dooley. Married a Mexican woman in my 20s, so I spent my life in TJ. Bro, I just bought a Ford Focus. They're good cars, dog. They're not bad. Honestly, I didn't think it was a bad car. I flipped it and it was working pretty well. Facts here in Utah, the first thing I got asked for my last job if I was Venezuelan, and when I told them I was Mexican, dude gave me the job on the spot. Damn. Hey. Hey, but these fucking Venezuelans se pasan de verga. They're over here acting up. They like took over like a hotel or like a whole apartment building or some shit. Some crazy shit like that. Like, dog, ain't no Mexicans out here doing some shit like that. They're not. Those CVTs and transmissions are notoriously bad. I mean, from my own experience, yes, they fucking ass. They take super long to shift, and they're not good. But I don't know. There's a lot of Mexican people. They fucking love Nissans out here. The Nissan Altima and the Nissan Sentra, they just love it out here. Why are you in Mexico and not in the U.S.? Because rent is cheap out here. I'm gonna build some apartments out here, and I'm gonna collect money every first of the month instead of having to pay a $3,000 mortgage. I had a closer who was paying $4,000 a month on his mortgage, and like only 1,200 to 1,300 bucks of what he's paying is going to the actual fucking principle. Spot jobs. It was me 8 years ago. You see a lot of crazy ish out there. Weddles hate them out here. They say Venezuelans don't want to work. Yeah, I don't think they do. Because they be, I don't know, they're just all on the news doing all kinds of crazy shit. And it's like, I'm not trying to get you guys against Venezuelans, you know? It's not what I'm trying to push. But it's just it's the minority on the fucking news right now. You know, they're out here doing some crazy shit, making the Hispanic community look bad. And they put us all in one group. You know, they look just like us. And it's kind of like we gotta pay for their bullshit. Is there any more water? Is there? I need some water. You know, he was that bad. It's just the other idiots were worse. Yeah, Hillary Clinton fucked up. She could have been the first female president, but she started switching up what she wanted to say, and then her husband's a pervert. Just wasn't looking good for her. My biggest mistake was not buying a house when Trump was president. Interest rates were 2.9. But think about it. Even if you did buy a house when Trump was president, it depends on where you bought this house, right? If you bought a house in California, fuck. Think about it. If you have, let's say you got a $2,500 mortgage, you got to figure out how to come up with those 2,500. And this is the thing. People get this fucking money bug. It's like you go buy a house, and then all of a sudden you got this really good credit and all this shit. It's like, I got a house. Let me go buy a razor or a boat. And I seen it. And these fools go buy a fucking boat or a razor. And then they just added, another $800 to the fucking payment. And then they're like, hey, let me go get that brand new whip. And then they fucking got, another $800 payment on a truck or something. 1,600 plus the 2,500. You're up at $4,100 already, just like that. And then that's not even the wife's car. That's not even the cell phones. You're gonna finance a cell phone because a fucking cell phone is $1,200, $1,500 nowadays. So then your cell phone payment is like $250 a month. It just starts to stack up so quick, and I see it, and it's like people are like, "Oh, well, I should have bought that house." It's like you could have bought the house, and then it leads to buying more stuff, really. And it's like you don't have this cash flow coming in. It's like people should focus, and that's like I said, the American dream is twisted up and mangled now because it's got to change. It used to be, you get your house and all this stuff. People used to build their houses, homie. It wasn't like it cost them that much back in the day. You ever watch The Notebook? Is that the fucking movie? The Notebook, where this who restores the whole house and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, this ain't the fucking Notebook no more. You ain't restoring no house. You gotta fucking pay to play out here now. And it's like the American dream now is you gotta have, again, you gotta have that cash flow. You gotta have that income. You're better off buying a fucking duplex, a quadplex, a triplex, something with 4 little houses on it, so you rent out the other ones that help you pay for the whole fucking shebang. It's not worth buying a whole ass house with fucking 5 bedrooms in it no more for one family. It's like this shit is so costly. Oh fuck, insurance companies, car insurance companies just fucking crashed and bailed out here in California. They just fucking dipped, gone, poof, see ya. I'm out of here. Because they don't wanna pay out no more, and a lot of the rules and a lot of the regulations have changed. To get insurance out here, it's gonna cost you a lot of money, and then they gotta approve your shit now. It takes like 2 weeks for them to tell you, like, oh yeah, we're gonna approve your insurance. So it's crazy expensive, you know. So I mean, imagine you bought a house and your insurance on your house went up, making more money. Yeah, hopefully Trump really turns this shit around. Is it easy to make it into Mexico via the auto buses? Yeah, you can take the MTS. You know, hop on a couple buses in San Diego. Shit, you can even catch a trolley in San Diego. Or straight up Greyhounds will bring you all the way to the border, too. Venezuelans and Puerto Ricans are lazy as hell. Oh, again, I don't know. Like I said, I just know some of these Venezuelans are doing some crazy shit out there and fucking it up for all the raza. This dude is cool. I sub. Shout out Rooster. We appreciate the sub, my boy. Altima is a reliable, cheap car to repair. See, that's some people think, and a lot of people don't. Shout out my boy Stevie, honorary moderator right there. The property tax kills, bro. There's a lot of houses with tax lien in Cali. Yeah, and I heard the property taxes are higher in Texas and other states. Houses are cheaper, but property taxes are more, so it just kind of just one hand washes the other. Nah, bro, I'm a cheap ass. My Focus was on only 2K. It's clean though. I know. I bought a Ford Focus for 1,300 bucks, and I sold it for 3,500. It's they're good cars. I had to change the bumper. They're like the bumper's a big ass plastic piece. It goes all the way from one side to the other, and that shit. As soon as you break off one chunk, you either gotta bundle the whole thing on, or I just got a whole new bumper. I got it the same color as the car. That shit was easy. What? It was like fucking 4 bolts, 4 little screws actually. The American dream now is stacking up and moving to another country. That's right, hustle harder. That's the second time he says that. That's how you know it's real. The rooster usury is a sin. Is what he said? I don't know. Is it ain? That Federal Reserve Bank had to go. Usury is out of control now. People so brainwashed into being stupid with money. I'm telling you, if you guys have some time after this, check out Caleb Hammer. This guy talks about nothing but people's finances with them, and you'd be surprised how reckless we are with that cash sometimes. My family makes around 150K plus rent income for a new home. Yeah, that's you gotta be in that. You gotta be in that bracket nowadays. You gotta be making 100 plus to own a house. But even those people are living paycheck to paycheck. Isn't that crazy? Doctors are living paycheck to paycheck. I have a bunch of boys in Mexico, Thailand, Philippines. We're saying better quality of life. People are more. I don't know. I think like all the stresses of life. When these people go to these other countries, they don't really have to deal with them because again, it's like in America, you feel like it's a fucking popularity contest. You know, you gotta have the best shit. And out here, it's just like, hey, we're just out here living. Like we're just fucking. Everybody's just trying to make it to the next day. Really, homie just passed by asking for a fucking blanket, wearing a. I don't know why he had a bright ass vest on, but yeah, I wish I could give dude a blanket. Like I said, I just went to go buy some because we needed some new blankets. And I mean, people are just trying to make it out here to the next day, so it's not really like a popularity contest out here. People just don't care. So we live in Mexico. We live right in TJ, bro. Right in TJ. Pro Trump, and I live in TJ. Why? Because California is expensive, but I still want to be in California. That's where my whole family's from. How was the move buying a duplex until you got tenants who refused to pay rent during COVID-19? Yeah, see? Another thing that was wild is that I heard a lot of people were skipping out on that bill during COVID, and the homeowners were the one having to front the money, and then just the relief funds weren't there, and it was just wild. Deductible would be more than having a painless dent removal guy do it. Yeah, it's fucking. When you need your insurance, it costs you more just to get it going. Puerto Ricans are lazy. Again, I don't know. Property tax in Oregon is high. And I'm pretty sure the coffee is expensive too. Because you guys got hipsters out in Oregon. But who knows? Anyways, I'm all caught up with your guys' comments. I really appreciate everybody in here. I'll catch you guys later. Make sure to like, subscribe. We'll be on here talking some more shit some other day. Actually, I'm trying to do this regularly. But I'll catch you guys later. Peace.